we have a lot more questions on this, and we really need to be able to get answers from them, and we'll keep pushing until we get answers from them on what they're doing and how they made the decision, and what's the next step at this point. But American security, national security, homeland security is essential for us to be able to maintain. And right now, we've still got way more questions than we have answers.
Are they lost?
They are lost. They can't find them. The remnants are in very difficult terrain, low temperatures, lots of inclement weather, and they're looking, but they haven't been able to find them, except for these spy balloons.
When you say there's been many...
address the nation?
Well, I think that given where we are and the impression that this is some sort of circumstances that's happened in the last couple of weeks, I think at a minimum our director of national intelligence should go in front of the American people and explain what we know, what we don't know, without
Good morning. Give me a second here. I'm still getting set up. Ding ding. Ooh, fun morning. Are you still in your Google puts? No. Why did it go down more? No. Okay. Well, it's starting to come back a little bit. I need to sell some covered calls soon. But I'm out of the puts. Lol, my $20 covered calls. I wouldn't be so worried. Let's see what SPX is doing. Still gonna give a shit about. Well, this is now at there. Futures do not look amazing. Baba doing a weird Discord audio. Oh shit, there we go. Okay, Discord audio's up. Baba's up. Okay. I get SPX stuff done. Fuck. Oh, okay. Looks kind of shitty. Start $20 weeklies. What is going on with this? Risk off. Whoa, that moved hard at open. Okay. Tips are getting weird on Upstart. Jesus Christ. Holy. I'm gonna buy these back. Do you have any others? Okay. Up 15%, same like SLD. I mean, we're 8 minutes into market open, and they've almost used up all of the available liquidity they have for the day. So yeah, it looks like it's gonna be interesting. They're doing good weird. I do have some $20 calls out, which I should probably pull back. Still thinking about it though. If the market drops, they should be able to leverage back the other way. But I don't know if the market's gonna drop that hard today. There's still PPI tomorrow. Fuck. It's kind of getting bullish like the last earnings. Earnings call was pretty good. Did you guys listen to all of it? They went on for hours. They kept taking fucking questions and then like answering them in great detail. Shills, I know. Did you sell PMCCs on BTU? No? No, I didn't. You could. I don't particularly like the idea of that right now. Hey, Gherk, is walking watching Upstart move? I hope so. Isn't having questions at an earnings illegal? It should be. But no. 40-ish to 90-ish. We start going to reg show, faux show. Probably, yeah. I bet they even talked about forward guidance. Not only that, they talked about forward guidance for the next 4 quarters. They were like, yeah, we're going to beat expectations for the next 4 quarters. The confidence and bravado alone, noteworthy. Looks like my 30 CCs on BT are going to limit my profit now. I mean, you could pull them back and let the long position ride. Jimmy shareholders didn't even know earnings calls can last more than 5 minutes. Don't forget McLovin. Is he balls deep on weeklies? Is he rich again? I hope so. I really do. But he also He also shouldn't be balls deep on weeklies. You got Greeks? They're in the daily, man. God damn it. What a great opportunity to go and read it before market opens. Why do I even write the fucking thing? Tradition? I mean, at this point, yeah. I like wake up and I'm like, ah, fuck, I gotta write the daily. I could wake up an hour later every day. The spread on April calls is insane. The MM is having issues for sure. Something is going on. Interesting. You do it so you have proof you called it before market open. It helps with the smugness. Why aren't we seeing SPX downs yet? I mean, SPX is down 50 BPS this morning so far. We're still very much caught in this fucking awful range between 4100 and 4125. And there's still a decent amount of long interest here. I don't want there to be, but there is. There's kind of no denying it. Just for the record, I read the Daily DD every day, so hugs, my sweet prince. Thanks, man. Although I do feel like I write it, and there's not a lot of point in it. Like, it's nothing I couldn't just say in 5 minutes at the beginning of the stream. I'm starting getting pumped on stock twits. Awesome. Hmm. Is SPX gonna fill this fucking gap again? Jesus Christ, I hate this market. Yes. Small rejection. right? GME's getting kind of bullish too. How's liquidity on that doing today? Yeah, that hasn't pulled back much. They got plenty. All right. True, but there's days where I can't catch the stream on market open, but I still get ready to read the daily on the train or at work. I mean, that's why I write it, but it's just, I feel like so few people actually read it. Not everyone will get the opportunity to listen to your sweet voice today. Perhaps the daily is a way for others to read your DD and hear it in your voice in their head. That's nice. You feeling burnt out? No, it just, I have to wake up so fucking early to write it. I should probably figure out a way to automate it, but I sold CCs, now I'm in a margin call, and I can't buy them back. How are you in a margin call on covered calls? I kinda don't want to know. Why does that look like it's gonna just go up more? Down more? Fucking market's drunk. Like a long position here is a mistake, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Hmm. Stop amount. 50. Alright. Hmm. $6.15. Okay. Did you remember to tell the stonks it's SLD? I think they know. Tesla's starting to come back down a little after its fucking pumps overnight. I need a better hedge on the upside of SPX right now. To do. I could sell 4160s. Ah, you bitch. Oh, interesting. Futures failed the test at 4135. Maybe we actually do get some fucking downside today. VIX at 1866. These likes are more pathetic than my sex life. Are you still holding your SQQ calls? Yeah. I kind of want to look at Baba right now. Okay, Baba chopping at like 102. Tesla's dropping pretty hard. Okay, Upstart's gonna get hammered now, but I should be more careful with these options. Up 17. Up 24. 16. 7. How likely is Upstart to hold those prices? Not, I don't think it's super likely. We'll see if it holds GN here or DN here. We're just over gamma neutral, and gamma neutral probably got pumped at open. So I think there's a chance that it continues to sell off, especially if NASDAQ starts to drag it down. They get liquidity if the market starts to drop and active funds start to sell off, they'll get additional liquidity and they can short down ticks, which means that their liquidity that they have left is deployed more efficiently. OI for what? Mbegaton. Average drop of 200 to 300 BPS. Is that from yesterday's peak? Yeah, usually from this like market open Wednesday through Monday. That's where the average is measured and back testing. CMIL did one a little while ago. I think the average was it 2.2 or 1.8? Something like that. Bobby's doing a thing. Good for Bobby. What's it doing? Oh, it's up at $2. It's exciting. Yeah, Dixie's rising. It broke 104. Euro's way down. Pound is way down. Yen's down. ES and NASDAQ. ES and NQ have dropped about the same. Russell's down about almost 100 BPS now. Dow down 60. So it's starting to look pretty good. We'll see. BTC had a big pump before market open. Okay. Lagarde is speaking. Not sure what it's saying. Seems to be having an impact on quite the impact on the euro. I ran the numbers about 4-6 months ago, and I looked at the previous 2 years, and only once did we on Fridays OPEX SPX price above where we closed Tuesdays, 3 days before OPEX. Yeah, so that's an effect of the amount of leverage that came out of the COVID crash. Before the COVID crash, SLDs were still a thing, but they were more like generalized volatility near and around the VIX expiration. But as more and more leverage piled in and more liquidity went into like on RRP, we started to see like SLDs have more greater and greater negative effect on the market. From the Wednesday open price is usually how we measure it. Airbnb crushed earnings. Yeah, I know. I saw. I'm glad I didn't buy puts on it. What about Sundial? Could there be a time when SLD has a positive effect on the market? Yeah. Sometimes when the market's really oversold, the effect of SLD is a leveraging of the long side, right? So like after, generally the realization of that's like after OPEX though. My $30 BTU CCs are expiring on Friday. Are thrilling. Yeah, I'd imagine. You didn't pull those back yesterday? After they absolutely crushed earnings? Doesn't the SPX0 DTs exasperate the potential effect of SLD? Yeah. Especially if we're trading below gamma neutral. The reason I measured from Tuesday's close is because I was looking at entries at Tuesday close. It seems pretty common looking at the numbers would gap down open on Wednesday morning. Yeah, it's not always. Sometimes Wednesday morning's like moderately positive. But generally during the period there's a big overnight sell-off. Thoughts on short-term Tesla put for SLD play? With this rally, how low do you think it could drop to? And do you think the same amount of money playing Tesla puts has better returns than on SPX? I guess potentially if you're buying more leverage and less theta. I think percentage wise the drawdown on Tesla could be greater. I have a few positions on Tesla right now. I have some 180s that I didn't get a chance to get out of on the drop on Monday. For March, I have some like 197.50s that aren't going to be profitable above 200. And then I have some 205s. I mean, Tesla's very similar to Jamie, except it has a lot more interest and a lot more like price volatility in the periods in between like OPEC's covering. So while it has massive volatility shorts, they are only part of the positioning on it, and that means it's a little less reliable. After the split, I would say it's a little more reliable than it was before. Um, but yeah, I mean, on a macro trend, I think Tesla is going down into like the 170 level at least, before it sees more upside, like a lot more upside. Do you expect sustained price realization earlier now? No, and I don't expect their quarter one to be very good either. I think the Fed might be pressured into raising rates a little longer, and if you look at like inflation swaps and SOFR, uh, a lot of participants are already betting on 6% by September, which is above the current target rate. If that's the case, Upstart's probably not going to see any significant recovery until later this year. That would kind of push out the like earlier recovery from the Fed cutting rate hikes by a couple months, maybe like another quarter. I do think that they're doing extremely well given their circumstance. I think they've gotten a ton more origination. They're managing to keep a lot of those loans off of their balance sheet, which is obviously really good for them. So and drastically improves their book value. So I think if they can keep doing what they're doing, and stay stable while growing origination in other markets, like auto and business loans, then they have a very good chance of survival throughout the year, and then larger price improvements when the Fed stabilizes the rate. Thanks, Leslie. A buddy of mine IPO'd 2 weeks ago, and it's down 85%. He's asking why. Oh, probably got shorted. 14 KOI on Upstart, 20p. Ugh. Expiring Friday? We might get some boom booms if they close. Maybe. Yeah. What was it? Market now pricing in 50% chance of 50 BPS by June? Yeah. 50. I think it was a 55% chance of 50 BPS by June. On OPEX, bull's skittish. On SLD, bull's bullish. What the fuck is going on? Man, it's a struggle. I don't think it's so much that people are overly bullish. I think they're overextended and trying to stabilize their positioning before this period. Like on that last run up where we almost tapped like 4,200, things were getting way out of hand. And that's left a lot of positioning open that never was realized, right? And then now, the market's turning against it and they're trying to get out. And then if the market slips delta neutral or gamma neutral, they're in a seriously shitty position because it becomes almost impossible to like pump it back up from below gamma neutral. They need to wait the price drop out until puts capitulate. And I don't think they really have enough theta on the long positions to do that. So yeah, big struggle. Is Fuba just being a Chad? I guess so. What's it doing? Yeah, kind of. Chad-like, at least. Let's see how ES is doing. All right, so ES is dropping on rising VIX. That's pretty bearish. And the momentum of that looks to be increasing. VIX at 1880 now. See if we break down through 4110. It's trending towards that, but that would be the first breakdown of 4110 since, well, I guess we had one yesterday briefly. We'll see. Are you saying we won't see another run on Upstart until rates stabilize? Oh no. I think much of what we already saw on Upstart realized very little liquidity. Right? So our run above Gamma Max wasn't great for them. They didn't get a lot of liquidity back. They're still very much stuck in the position they were in. And now, you know, the float is 1.4 million shares smaller. So I think we're kind of going to return to that, you know, period before it ran, except more illiquid than last time. Can you please state the price at which the gamma hedge on the market makers for SPX is neutral? Thank you, good sir. 40.99. Nvidia sell-off. Closed my puts last week at a loss. Figures. Gotta be patient, man. Have revenue down by 50% and lowered forward guidance. Have stock open up 20%. I mean, they beat revenue expectations, though, right? So now you still keep all of your put side straddles from the last few days in place for SLD? Or have you picked up some call hedge due to this endless bounce? If we don't drop by tomorrow, are you going to cut those puts? So the puts I have open are March 3rd and Feb 24th. They're at 41, 40.65 and 40.30. The 40.30s are finally like decent. I sold the call side hedge off on the 40.30s yesterday and the 40.65s the day before. So I mean, I've more than covered the cost of the puts that I have open, that I've left open from the straddle. But I do think that they can realize. I mean, the 41.30s are already realizing some value, but I think the 40.65s can too. Although my break even on them is low, it's a lot, we have to drop to like 40.70, I think, for those to print now. But yeah, I've left them. Limits my profitability a little bit. What do you think Upstart will bottom out after today's action? I took profits. I'm looking for a re-entry opportunity. I think give it some time. I mean, obviously, earnings was just last night, so there's going to be some interest in volatility probably today, maybe throughout the rest of the week. A downtrending market could shift the trend, and I'd be cautious of $20, 20.50 and 20. There's still a lot of sold calls and synthetic shorts at that level from prior to our run up that didn't get closed out. So they'll probably try to hold the line at 20.50. Not that they were very successful in it last time, but if they risk off, which it started to look like at the beginning of today, but if they were to risk off, then, you know, Upstart could run back above Gamma Max again. SPX just broke down from the descending wedge. Bearish much? A little bit. Did it really? Oh, come on. Do that. Oh, shit. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about that. But remember last time we bounced off Gamma Neutral, we fucking rocketed up to like 4150. So if I were them, I would cover what I needed now while it's not on Reg Show, because it's gonna go on Reg Show. I don't particularly think they care. I think if they can get it on Reg Show, then they can try to grind people out while on Reg Show for a long enough period of time, right? And then, you know, if they really need the liquidity, they can find it. Is there anything we can see this week that would suggest Feb OPEX uses the deferral? I assume nothing, just wait until it happens or doesn't next week. Yeah, I mean that's all we can really do. Monday we can try to see if, you know, XRT puts were closed or rolled a little bit. Not that that's a necessarily reliable metric, but it may give us some indication on if they intend to cover or not. But no, we don't really have any forward indicators of them using using the deferral or not using the deferral, right? No, I'm sorry, Tuesday then. That's CNBC on this morning. Saw an ad for bots, the ETF. Bullish? Interesting. They've been advertising that ETF a lot, apparently. Also, Bull's moving into that ETF because it's like, yeah, I see it. Bull's moving into that ETF because it's, like AI exposed. I wasn't in a Screamo phase. I know we can't predict these things. Is it fair to think if they've deferred this long, they'll use any additional deferrals they can? No. Not necessarily. I want to make this really clear. I do not like Coheed and Cambria at all. If I were them, I would cover what I needed now. I did for a bit. Then the buy pressure made the candle into a bull hammer. Is there anything we can see this week that would suggest Feb OPEX uses the deferral? No. What's the deal with the massive call OI on SPX with the declining price action? Will we see a rise into the end of the day? Not necessarily, but we could. I don't know how bullish today is going to be or not bullish. I think it's still kind of up in the air. I wouldn't get super bearish till we break down below, like the confirmation would be a breakdown below gamma neutral. And we basically just bounced off of it. So my 2024 $30 upstart call is going in the money today. Witness me. All I know is I want to take profits on my $20 synthetic longs now. They are they're doing their thing. We gotta come back down below 20 before the 10th, right? Yeah. Right? What's up, Grimsy? Fubo and Upstart up? Does Kenny just play off your plays? Maybe. It's a symbiotic relationship. SPX double bottom? No. How big is the delta neutral positioning for PPI, do you think? Hopefully it starts to come in early today and crushes price action down. Honestly. It could be pretty big. I think the market doesn't know what to do with the CPI data. Like, they don't understand why it's hot, and it shouldn't be. And their expectations were for it to be cooler, right? Is there a delta or strike gap that needs to be met for a synthetic long? Or is it just sell put, buy calls with premium? I mean, technically, a synthetic long should be, equally weighted as far as the delta is concerned, right? So you should be selling a put at the strike, you buy the call for the same, and they should both be at the same expiration. You can fuck with that though, which sometimes I do. It shouldn't chase Upstart. I don't know, if the market keeps climbing, Upstart will too. I don't think they're turning this trend around without the market dropping. Do you see Tesla coming down to like 195 or so by next week? I think it can still fall back below 200. We had some more data come in, right? There was some other shit today. I forget what it was. Industrial production, right? There's some other stuff. Let's see. Industrial production down month over month. Even, so slightly up. Business inventories flat. Housing market index up. 30-year mortgage up. Jesus Christ. 30-year mortgage is up quite a bit. 21 points. And the rest of today, yeah, we just got some like oil stuff for the rest of today. Tomorrow's PPI month over month. Consensus is for it to move positive. We got the Philly Fed tomorrow, core CPI. There's a lot of shit tomorrow morning. So I'll probably straddle again tonight, but futures are starting to respect the longer term trend a little better now. Today looks very choppy, honestly. But we could chop down. We'll see. Let's take a look at some of the positioning from this morning. So 41.15, 41.10, kind of negative. 0 DTs aren't saying much. 1 DT carryover. 130 looks kind of bullish. Bearish at 135. Bearish at 41.25. So 41.25's now almost dead. It's significantly reduced from where it was previously. And the 41.35 strike is almost negative. So I would say our upside range is significantly more limited than it was yesterday. And we start moving into like more bearish positioning, sub 115. 4105 is flat. 4100 is still a very strong resistance. And then the gamma rollover point is at 4099. Oh yeah, retail sales were up, but that's kind of a double-edged sword. It's bullish in the sectors it pertains to, but bearish as a statement towards the overall health of the economy, right? We should not be in a period where consumer demand is picking up. And that's, that's a big negative. That's also a big jump. I did forget that. I didn't forget it. We were talking about the other data for today, besides that data that had just come in and has yet to come in. I pay $7.75 for my rent the past few years, and even though it's not the best place, at that price, I'll never move. Yeah. 41.39 before any real downside, possibly. It's not looking great for 41.39. My wife asking me who this hot girl is I'm talking to in Discord, Hazy. I mean, Hazy's pretty hot. Awkward. How does your wife feel about you talking to hot women on the internet? Hot local single women on the internet. The day after Valentine's Day? Fuck. She doesn't like that I follow her on YouTube. uh I'm not over leveraged on MRO. After this drop for earnings tonight, am I regarded? I don't know, maybe. Would you say wages are too high? No? I think we should raise wages and reduce corporate profits. My wife doesn't care as long as I leave her alone and don't talk stock stuff. Hazy may be hot, but she holds Jimmy, not so hot. True. Upstart seem like SPX with less downside. Upstart should have fairly positive, if not like leveraged beta today. I would say the liquidity is definitely favorable. So harder for them to push down on downside moves. They're gonna really need to consistent, like for Upstart to turn around today. There's gonna need to be like a consistent drop off in the market, which it doesn't look like we're getting yet. Would the intelligent investor chase Upstart right now? Probably not. Are you still holding your Fubo $2 CCs for 217? Yeah. Raise wages and reduce executive profits so stocks stay up. That might be a way to do it too. Good. That was a JPOW test question. You're on the right side. I think we should reduce wages and have record-breaking corporate profits every year with no taxes due to their job creation. Well, you would think that, right? Time for FSLR puts. I already have FSLR puts. Is there room to the downside on SPX? Yeah, sure. 4100 is a strong resistance, though. What was it the corporate taxes came crashing down? Reagan era? Yeah. Not just Reagan, but many of the effects that we struggle with in our current economy are due to Reagan and then Clinton. Neither one of them knew what the fuck they were doing. Can you give me a proper YOLO that will either allow me to pay off my debt or go broke in April? Okay, thanks. I mean, you know what it is. Popcorn trader. What's Atomic doing? I don't know. Is he pumping Fubo again? Is up 27% on Upstart considered bullish? Yeah. The fuck kind of question is that? Note that the Whig Party always knew what they were doing. It's true. Yeah, they didn't really get a chance to fuck anything up. Likelihood for Fubo to go above $5 before 2025. Looking at Fubo $5 synthetic long with what looks like just a bit over 3x leverage. Yeah, Fubo puts are a little overpriced right now. How would I put this? If I was going synthetic long, I would probably want them closer to the money with a little less leverage. I think you can do $3 2-to-1. Now you're so exposed to volatility that way that like it may not matter if volatility picks up. But it's probably a little better to have them go in the money. It makes it much easier to pull back the CSP. So I don't want to say anything bad about it because I do have $5 synthetic longs for 2025, but the $3 ones were much more profitable on its last little bump. Do you have something similar to SRF that's not OTC? No, it is fairly unique. You can get exposure to uranium without being on OTC, but it's different exposure, and that would be more of kind of the long-term thesis. And the problem with a lot of the uranium ETFs is they're not super exposed to the price of uranium. They're more exposed to like the nuclear power sector, whereas Sprott is just direct uranium exposure. Explain AI like I'm an upstart. Ah, Jesus Christ. Hmm. Getting a little blown out here. Oh, not yet. Okay, I'll wait. Hold on one second. I'm trying to see something here. Future's gonna break up. Yep, maybe. Looks like they're trying to. Futures to 4140, which would put SPX at like 4130. Hold on. I'm just trying to see if I have an update on positioning here. Okay, I do. Okay, so 4125, maybe 4130, but what about on the 0 DTs? So 0 DTs. Puts are coming in pretty strong at 4100. 4120, 4130. I guess 4130 has a little bit of a chance, but we might just get rejected at 4125. So most of the call interest right now, 4120, 4130. There's not only a gap between those, the gamma's negative at the level at 4125. So we might just get range bound here for the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we got range bound for the day. I wonder if that means I can sell some short strangles. So I could sell 90 cents. And $1. 40.75, 41.60. 40.60, 41.75, 41.50. So maybe I could do 41.40. 41.40. 4100. That's fucking risky as shit. It's gonna take so much margin. Maybe I just do 4140 spread. Fuck off. Well, not yet. Okay, I'll wait. Definitely an opportunity in there somewhere. Are these back? Yeah. With a run like what Upstart is experiencing now, what has the most psychological effect? Percentage gain on the day or price points and previous highs TA? I get that the market is biggest. Most psychological effect on what specifically? Long, shorts, FOMO. Upstart 27% and no IV spike. Yeah, they're managing to keep IV fairly contained. Unfortunately, there's actually a little bit of crush this morning. The last two candles on SPY look bearish. Don't use candlestick reading, it's stupid. Thoughts on institutions going increasingly long on GME? Bullish? Not really. Just more shares to land, right? We're part of so many lives now. Don't fuck it up. What are you talking about? Upstart puts? They're not they're not terrible at this price. Pennies in front of a steamroller? No. Yeah, probably range bound, but that breakdown, if it did happen, would be hated. I mean, if the breakdown at 4100 happens, then yeah. There's a very small range there where they're moderately protected by the upside of the collar. But it's like $35, right? And then if it slips the collar, it'll probably be a long time before we see 4100 again. Without some seriously compelling economic data. When you have a moment, can you consult my thoughts on bringing down my GME cost basis? Sure, shoot. Did you buy back your CCs on GME? No. SoFi is moving alongside Upstart. I'm not sure if it means anything, but it's interesting. It is. SoFi is looking a little better. I still don't like it. I would rather buy basically any other bank. But it's not terrible going into the next like couple years. Is there some kind of deferral on the table? They're all way outperforming the market. Nope, they're just still a liquid. I don't know. Maybe I need to like break it down and explain what happened, what we did see happen between, you know, the beginning of January and, you know, well, the end of January. Because I don't think people quite understand what we saw. So liquidity didn't get blown out. It didn't normalize. Not fully. We saw them get back some liquidity. And then on GME specifically, they then used it all up. On Upstart, they simply didn't get back enough to leverage, you know, the downside. So what we've been left with is kind of a period of limbo where we are stuck between, you know, normalization of liquidity and, you know, significant short buildup. I mean, that does mean that the risk is slightly reduced going into the next, you know, the next period, but they still, don't forget, they still have obligations from, December onward that are, have yet to be covered at all. So, we saw those August to November obligations covered for the most part, not fully, but some of them were, right? And then, we have December through Feb not covered at all. Those obligations aren't even due yet. So now we're kind of in a period where not everything that needed to be covered has been covered, and there's even more things that need to be covered due, right? So they've kind of stacked on top of one another. I mean, GME barely realized any liquidity during that whole period. We went all the way up to like $25 without realizing any liquidity because they fought so hard not to break the market maker hedge that they ended up using up all the free liquidity that they had in XRT. So basically, what's going to happen at this OPEX is either we're going to get we're going to see a deferral, or we're going to see XRT move back onto reg show again, right? Or we're just going to run. And if we don't run and XRT goes back on reg show, that's going to push us out to March, and they'll be able to get some free liquidity early in March. But we're so illiquid right now that it feels like the trend may just continue, especially with the additional pressure from the market rising. So we're in a it's not unique. There's similarities to the period between like May and August of last year, except they haven't walked away, right? We haven't had like a May kind of event to help ease the pressure. I mean, I can even show you guys here in like GME and Upstart's like liquidity. Give me a second. So if we look at this, our biggest realization of liquidity was actually that initial run. Hold on. So this initial run here was our biggest realization of liquidity in the entire period, right? And it wasn't much. I mean, if you look historically, this wasn't this wasn't liquidity realization anywhere on the level of like May or August or even like the here in July. So liquidity stayed very, very low, and then when the market kept rallying, they used XRT to fight back against it, right? So you see XRT just falls off a cliff as they continue to use XRT liquidity in order to stabilize GME's price. And that persists during this entire period. So all the liquidity that they would normally have to short the fuck out of us got burned up by the rising market. Now they're still shorting GME. They still have, some liquidity that they can get back here on, IJH. Or they can use to short with on IJH rather. And obviously GME can get more illiquid than it is now, but it's the point at which it's starting from that's really bad. Normally when they have a nice big healthy short position, we're starting much higher, right? Like much higher levels of liquidity. Like back here in August when we got shorted down into September, GME got nice and liquid before they brought us down. And now, we're kind of starting from this, which is shit, right? Which means we're going to trend into this like level where we're extremely illiquid very quickly. So you see Jimmy starts to like get, you can see these like volatility peaks that start building up. This is where they're trying to recycle liquidity every day. So every day they're shorting and covering and shorting and covering in order to have the same amount of liquidity to short the next day. Oh, there's no epic pen. Son of a bitch. Why does it keep doing that? Is it this one? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, so we hit like peak illiquidity right around those levels. And if the ETFs are simultaneously illiquid, that puts them in kind of a shitty spot, right? And so yeah, our beta has stayed really high, if you've noticed, because they don't have the liquidity to push back against a rising market. Short positions aren't profitable. So any shorts they're building right now have no profitability. They're just there to suppress price action. So and even with Vanguard and BlackRock and all of them buying in December, it eased the pressure significantly, right? It almost brought us back to a liquid environment, but it still didn't do a lot, right? Like that's all the BlackRock and Vanguard buy-ins and the sell-offs from the old ETFs. This all happened, right here in this period, and we're just trending right back to it again already. If Jimmy makes it back to Russell, will there be new ETFs for them to short? Oh, absolutely. And then on Upstart, they started covering, but there's no ETF liquidity here, right? So there's all the liquidity needs to come from the underlying or from the market maker, because at 1.2 million shares, they're out of liquidity for the day, right? And that's provided that the ETFs aren't being used on the long side. And so, their position is much more slippery. And today's covering starts to bring us towards a more liquid environment, but we're still very far away from, a significant amount of liquidity realization, right? And all of this has been mostly oversold throughout this whole period. So if you, Upstart's pretty oversold above this level, and so we're only just a little beyond oversold, and I'm sure they're going to short it again, right? Which will bring us back up this way after they get a downtrend in the market. But if the market keeps pressuring them, if the market keeps going up, then all of their liquidity gets burned up trying to suppress the price. Jimmy at 1542 was way oversold. Yeah, it was. No, it's definitely not the longest no pen ever. That's happened a bunch of times. If Upstart gets added to more ETFs, will the ETF buy-ins add value to my port? Probably not. Not significantly. I think there was one morning where I went on for like 30 minutes and the Epic pen wasn't working the entire time. I fucking hate Epic pen. There's just not a lot of other options. There's a couple other ones that they suck, or you have to buy like the thing they use for sports, which is like this whole like tablet like proprietary system that is awful. Wacom's just the tablet. It's not the like thing you write on the screen with. How would an SLD cause no downs? Well, the market is not oversold. No one's no one needs to hedge anything. Positioning is neutral. They don't need to get any liquidity. I don't think that's the case yet. Today's just the first day of SLD. I think that's a pointless discussion until, like Monday. But it's happened before. It happened in October of 2021. SLD just went up. There was like a little sell-off overnight, and then it just rocketed. I know you dislike Bobby, but what do you think about the T35 FTDs? The people counting FTDs on Bobby, I don't think know how to count them. I don't care about its FTDs. I don't think they have very much potential, and FTDs are irrelevant. Unless you're on Reg Show. And even then, they probably just drive more volume than they would price action. What's going on with Upstart? They had good earnings. Nice, good earnings. How many days long is SLD? SLD begins on Wednesday and persists through Monday morning the following week. So opening bell Wednesday through opening bell Monday. The market makers hedging chip. You should stream on an educational platform for remote learning. Ugh. No. Is SLD connected to NOPEX or the Church of LDS? But in 1999, Bobby had 2 million FTDs you forgot to count. Would you recommend iron condors as a good strategy on GME? They're very good when volatility is moderately low. So are short strangles. How smart do you have to be to count FTDs? You'd be shocked. I mean, over the last 2 years, I think I've explained it like 50,000 times. Usually to the same people. I asked chat, but no answer. What was the last pickle you drew during stream? I remember getting a pickle a day. A day? I don't remember. March 2022, SLD was only up 2? Oh, interesting. 2022? No, it wasn't. Let me go back and look. That does not sound right. Yeah, fucking date is that? It's June. So in March 22, the market like gapped up Wednesday morning and then dropped 200 basis points midday and then rocketed after. It's still dropped. There was also a lot of selling off that went into the week of SLD. Like Monday and Tuesday both had some fairly large, well, Monday had some fairly large sell-offs. But yeah, Wednesday like afternoon, the market went from like a high Wednesday morning of 43.43 to a low of 42.55. So almost $100 drop, and then it went up. But there was still some realization. The thing is, the realization isn't always the same, and that's why it's risky playing SLD, because sometimes it's just like one sell-off, one big sell-off, and then the market takes off. And so predicting when it's over is very difficult, or how long it will persist. The 30 million that Upstart spent on buybacks this quarter, does that mean they still have 220 million left for buybacks? They had 250 at the end of the previous quarter, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So they should be down. Was it 28 million they spent? So they had like 243 million, and they spent 28 of it. March 10 of 2021 was the day Jimmy went up to 348, down to 172, and then closed at 267. March is a spicy meatball for sure. March of 21? But yeah, March of 21 was interesting. Good thing I have theta on my puts. Yeah, it's definitely smart to have theta right now. Good time to average down GME? It's a bit pricey, don't you think? I think the rising cost of capital makes it more likely to see SLD action during that time rather than beforehand. Yeah, I mean, it increases the probability. Probably not that much. I think leverage is a bigger factor. Why do you think there's such a high correlation between GME and silverware capital? What? Would April monthlies be barely enough theta for long puts on Upstart? I'm thinking about 20p. IV's kind of blown out right now, isn't it? They might be okay. Yeah, they're not terrible. 2750s and 30s might be a little better though. start down for the day. Thoughts. Leg down incoming. If FUBO breaks 250, is selling CCs out to March a bad idea? Cost basis is 342. I'm thinking of selling 350s and 4s. I'm tired of them sitting in my account and not earning. I mean, I guess you could. So upside of 250, 350s and 4s. I mean, upside of 250, I'd probably be selling them in the money. I don't know what Gamma Max is on FUBO right now, but I imagine it's not very high. What would happen to CAT if Russia nationalizes their Russian-based operations to help with the war effort? Didn't Russia already do that? Let's have market not going down more for this SLD because everyone already has all their cash on the sidelines. They don't. The indexes, you can get index margin reports. The indexes are still all massively over leveraged. March being spicy probably has nothing to do with index rebalances. It definitely does. It's also the first quad witching of the year. I think there's a reason that most crashes happen in March. This weekend is my birthday. I'd love to hang out with you. If not, I would take a pickle drawing based on me. I don't want to do either of those things. I'll think about it. What's more unclear, GME's forward guidance, the direction SPX is going to take today. I don't know if the SPX is going to take a direction today, Dork. Was it March 10th, 2021, the day that Archegos got officially called? I think so. I'd have to look back. I don't remember. If no GME Feb OPEX, are you selling CCs out to 310? When are March ETF FTDs expected? The first week of March, I think. I'll double check. We should get an FTD report today, by the way. One day. So, in December. Sorry. 20th. What did I do on 20? March 9th? It's like March 9th through OPEX. Yeah, so March FTDs March 9th through March 17th. So generally the peak there would be Monday the 13th. We'll see when we get the ETF report today. But it should be Monday the 13th is where the like T3 peak should be. Yeah, there could be more upside to Upstart today. It depends on what the SPX does, I think, at this point. Jimmy, what doing? Ripping with the market. I heard some streamer guys say sell high, buy low. Is this the high for Upstart today? I'm trying to follow that horse adjacent guy's advice. I mean, it's only the high for Upstart today if the market stops moving up. I don't know if we have more positioning data for SPX yet. We might have some. I'll take a look. We should have some from a few minutes ago. Okay, yeah, we do. 41.25 and 41.30 are picking up a little bit of interest on the call side. 40.40 starting to skew a little positive again, but 41.35 still very negative. So it still looks like rejections in the at least the mid range of the gap here, and maybe even on the low end of it. 41.25 still very negative. Although it is being pressured right now. It almost looks like a dark pool dump. Are you selling covered calls at this level? Maybe. I have more covered calls than I need to sell on GME. Although I'd prefer to sell them short dated and with confirmation of an SLD sell off. Do you have Gamma Max on Palantir? Yes. Palantir. I don't think Palantir is coming anywhere near its Gamma Max, but its Gamma Max is at 1133. Generally speaking, I don't think Palantir has crossed Gamma Max since 2021. Not even fucking close. And it looks like it's about to fall back through Delta Neutral. Steve Cohen bought a stake in GME. Interesting. Big call buying on XRT. Test 4139, then dump. I don't know. 4130 still looks really shitty. Computer share purchase, 15th of the month. Oh, maybe. Usually, I thought that happens at market open, though. 606,000 shares. Stake worth 11 million as of December 31st. I mean, it could already be sold out of it at this point. Month and a half old long purchases are not very interesting after we've already run. Will you be letting your $2 cover call ride for Fubo expiring this Friday? I don't see why not. Fubo's trading at $1.99. Yeah. I'm thinking about visiting New York City in the next few months. I was wondering if you could tell me the best place to get a nice potato. Oh, you bitch. Morning stock, daddy. Do you think call hedge outruns SLD and more ups? Or do you think they get enough liquidity to short into SLD and drop it? 30% gain on my 401k shares. I'm looking to cycle. On what? On Upstart? I'm not very specific about which stock you're talking about. Upstart? Give me a second. Yeah, so there's no there's no real positive gamma in this range. I don't think prices will drive up any more than the market. So if the market keeps moving up, Upstart can grind up more, but otherwise, when the market goes down, they're gonna short the fuck out of it. They do have a fairly decent amount of liquidity built up this morning. So I'm thinking similarly, as far as repositioning goes. Upstart 18 mil volume with 2 hours of trading. Isn't it just making the shorties position worse? Considering Upstart is bullish on positive earnings in the near term. I mean, their earnings are still negative, but they beat earnings expectations. Hey, Pickle Man, I'm gonna be my last member chat for a while. Have a little one coming in a few days, and I can't afford the gambling addiction anymore. Good luck and enjoy the runs, everyone. Thanks, Pug. Congratulations on the baby, man. I'll see you around. If I get assigned to my add the money cover calls for Upstart and then sell CSPs next week and get assigned, is that a wash sale? Or do I have to lose on the CC for it to be a wash sale? You'd be buying at a lower strike than you sold at, so you wouldn't be buying in at a loss. It shouldn't be a wash. Are you gonna roll your SPX puts if nothing happens today? No. Which ones? Probably not. I think all of my SPX puts are good. Definitely good through Friday. Most of them are good through like next week too, and the week after. We see Upstart falling back into the sub 17 range when market goes down. Yeah, it absolutely could. Upstart's still a big volatility short, and volatility's up. Like they're not. I don't think they're just gonna walk away from it. If they do, then it'll hold prices. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna be the case. Loop Capital upgrade on Upstart about 2 weeks after they downgraded. Didn't they just move to hold? I thought they upgraded it to 24. Then after it ran, they moved it to hold. They upgraded it again? Greg, I need some confirmation. If I take a mean brown and use single ply toilet paper that tears and causes my digit to go into my ham flour, does this make me a muscle Mary, aka gay? Thanks in advance. I also read somewhere a centaur would arrive on Earth late 2023. Yeah, you're terrible at moderating these, JC. Um, are they letting things run to dump for SLD? And the market's down today. Upstart's up because it had good earnings, and Jamie's up 60 cents. I don't think they're necessarily running anything. If SPX triple tops, is the bottom gap at 4,100 attainable today? I don't know. Maybe. Right now it looks like the market's gonna trade pretty fucking flat. It still hasn't exceeded any expectations yet. I guess we could get a sell-off on the long side at 4130. And that could cause some weakness. Maybe that could accelerate down to 4100. What policy did that Ko-Fi violate? I mean, there was a lot of things that were violated in the writing of that Ko-Fi and in its publication. First of all, nothing should ever be referred to as a ham flour. Jimmy has really changed. It went from MOASS, meaning 70% days, to 5% days. Uh, Okay, ready for 39.50 and go. No, bit much. I don't think anything was violated other than the ham flour. I disagree. With the latest Upstart earnings, is decent PT to start a position still between 13 and 15? Yeah. What's your current SLD target? 450-ish? Right now I'm targeting the top of the collar. Or at least I'll start setting stops there. Hey man, late to the stream. Do you think we have any chance of buying Upstart at under $18 this week? I mean, I don't really care if I buy Upstart this week. Maybe not this week. If the market sells off, sure. Is there any evidence to suggest the FTX guy isn't just paying his way out of each injunction? I mean, he probably will, and is. Hey, sweet cheeks. Good morning, fellow Palantir bag holder here. What DTE did you sell your CCs at? 45 DTE at 20 or in the money? I sold 1050 for 30 DTE so far. But I've only sold like 40% of my position. I took 4K profits on Upstart today and learned that green arrows not same as red arrows. Thank you, Gurk. No problem, man. Congrats. What percent of your Palantir will you sell CCs on? All of it. Abso-fucking-lutely all of it. No, why do people think JPM rolled the collar yesterday? Did Upstart have good earnings? Yeah. My Palantir cost basis is less than 0. Oh. If it's not profitable to short Jamie right now, will we see less downside until the next liquidity grab? Probably. Fairly flat, somewhere between here, like 1850 and 2250 over the next month, provided that we don't run for February OPEX. The CCs you grabbed on GME for this week or next week? I have CCs on GME for the 17th and 24th between 2450 and 1950. I think my break even on the whole thing, I can't go higher than 2250. If this fails, is this a triple top on SPX? No. This was a triple top, and then it failed. And this is one top. Although I suppose it depends on the time frame. On the 15-minute, this is just a test of the gap. Resistance is about there. 4130 can still fail here. How's the momentum on this? Decent. The trend resistance is at well, ES is testing 4140. SPX. Yeah, trend resistance is 4130. So we'll see if it rejects off the longer term trend. Here, I'll draw it on here. Yeah, I don't think that's adjusting properly. Maybe it is. I sold my $15 upstart CSP that I made 20%. Missed out on 200. Fuck my life. At least you made something, right? I think I'm cursed. I haven't got assigned on anything I wanted to get assigned on since November. And the casting on my espresso machine cracked. And that sounds just like you're making a lot of income. So you're doing good. Maybe you need to set your, if you want to get assigned, maybe you need to set your strikes closer to the money. What are futures doing? Thank you. Getting rejected off 4140. They're both getting rejected off of the the trend right now. Still not a lot of interest sitting there at the 4130 strike. About 416 spy calls this morning that expire tomorrow. That doesn't seem like a great idea. What's the strategy behind having only sold 40% of your Palantir in covered calls? Well, I don't want to blow up any one strike, and Palantir is kind of still running a bit. Yeah, it's like up 8% today. So if it actually hits Gamma Max, which I will say it has not done in like a year and a half, but if it actually hits Gamma Max, then I can just sell covered calls in the money and make a lot more money. So DCA, just like anything else. If I sold all my cover calls at one strike, I'd get a ton of slippage and lose money. Are you getting the new SF6 when it comes out? Yeah. Buy those CCs back while you still can. I mean, they're part of the ones I've sold so far are part of a position that I bought back in like November. So I'm not particularly worried about getting assigned on them. Especially not at $10 or $10.50. Looking for a CSV income play for Friday 2/24. I have too much GME, Upstart, and Fubo. I'm currently running CSV on Google at 91 for 2/24. What's one more good position suggestion? BT, like for income, BTU's got some nice tailwinds right now. Those probably aren't too bad. I just closed some out at a hold on, let me look. I closed some out yesterday, but for Feb 24. I don't love selling. Yeah, they're not worth much. Sava yields are kind of shitty right now. Sure, yes. And CSPs are not phenomenal right now. I'm trying to think what's like near like a cost that I like. Amazon's really not. Amazon 90s. 95s aren't bad. I don't really like those either. Costco is not bad. 500 or 40.97.50. I don't hate those. Might be hard to find a buyer at 40.90, 40.97. Google might be okay, but you said you had that already, right? I've never been assigned on a CC before. If it expires at the money or slightly in the money, do you automatically get assigned? You get assigned if it's in the money. Generally, always. Sometimes you might not, but usually you will. I'm up 5,600, wheel and upstart since November. Thanks, Girk, for the learning. Nice, man. Can you elaborate what you're looking for on SPX? I want to learn to catch my own fish. Where do you look at futures, for example? Trading View? You can get live futures data there. Generally, I use Trading View, unless I'm trading futures, in which case I'll use, like, Ninja Trader or something, or I'll have that open to look at futures. My buddy Gordon disagrees with you and says Upstart earnings were terrible. They were, but they were better than expected. Their earnings are likely going to continue to be terrible. But it's not the fact that their earnings are terrible that matters. It's the fact that their earnings are better than they were expected to be. Tesla SPX GME can dump now. It's time. Patience. The market can remain irrational far longer than you can stay liquid. That's why you buy Theta. Reddit set to IPO this year. Well, I know what to short. Is that betraying your age? Did you breathe 1980s era air? A little bit. I don't remember it though. Yeah, Google's not terrible because it's at least it's like close to like a decent range to actually own it in. Um, I need to find. I I probably don't really want to sell a lot of CSPs right now, just because everything's a bit up. So I'll probably well, we'll see what happens with SLD. But I probably won't sell much until after. Last quarter they lost 100, now they lost 80. Yeah. Loan origination was way better. There's aspects of their earnings that were very good and their guidance. But overall their numbers still suck. But that's expected. Like we weren't expecting them to like fucking beat or have positive EPS. Is this gonna die again? Or push? Best LSLD ever. Usually I say this when the market is going down. Um, but it's not over till Monday. Nobody should ever full pour it into SPX $12,000 calls. Most people probably shouldn't own any of them, actually. Can you scroll back to the left on SPX to show the gap? Not filled. Can I highlight that? Yeah, 41.35 still negative. Fucking unreasonable market. Is VIX dropping on this at all? A little bit. Well, this run up on Upstart helped to create the compounding FTD cycle. I mean, they didn't short this run up very hard, so I would say it's not going to add a ton of FTDs. But it helps. Yeah, I mean, there's reduction in the float size, which will inevitably increase FTDs. Not by a lot, but a little bit. Check out the volume and OI on Palantir Weeklies. Spicy. I'm aware of it. Monday is closed for trading. There's a holiday. President's Day, I think. 4,200 end of week, 4,900 end of month, 11,999 end of year. No cap, bro. Fuck that. That's insane. Fill gap, then start big downs. I don't know if I don't know if the gap's gonna fill. It might. Gamma 41.35 is also negative. So gamma's not positive all the way up like it has been. So like the last few days, gamma's been, you know, fairly positive up to like the 41.40 level. And then 41.50 is massively positive. But today it's, you know, it's more like this. This is like actually this is 41.35 and then 41.40, 41.45. Although there are a lot of 0 DTE calls coming in, the gamma at those levels is still negative for the today's expiration. I have $20 CCs for Jamie expiring Friday. What's the likelihood we retrace back fellow 20? Below 20? Pretty good. I mean, I don't think a pullback below 20 is out of the question. Missed chat? What? Oh. Thank you, Danwich. I saw it. Does that mean SLD has been delayed to March? No. SLD isn't delayed. I love how everyone got super hype on SLD last month. I don't know why. We've talked about it every month for 2 years, right? But like everyone got really hyped on it last month, and now they're all big disappointed in it. poll for timeouts for anyone who asks why SLD isn't happening. PCE equals tomorrow. No, tomorrow's not PCE. PPI. PPI is tomorrow. PCE was like 2 weeks ago. Yep, we did it. Gotta buy some fucking puts. Fuck this piece of shit. Lots of nutrient earnings coming up today. Get on that fertilizer, my G. I mean, I don't think their earnings are going to be very good today, given that, you know, the quarter reporting is winter. But their guidance might be good. I don't think quarter four historically is not very good for them, but maybe they could beat expectations. Cheap-ish. Check lift? What about it? It's kind of at resistance right now, though. Volume's declining. You think that's good? Their fucking earnings were abysmal. Ugh, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, I, yeah, I don't want to try to play the upside there. I see what you're pointing out, but it's like right at resistance already, and even if it crosses it, it's probably notionally not worth it. But you get like 1150s and hope what it hits 12. I'm sorry, FTD is looking spicy. Thanks, Atomic. Ooh, I do want to see those. Where are they? Goodies. Fuck yeah. All right, let's see what we got. ETF FTDs fell way off on GME. Jesus. Hmm. Upstart FTDs are nice into the end of Jan. Not a lot of January ETF FTDs on anything. Interesting. Not gonna be a lot of liquidity to get out of that. Wonder why they backed off so hard on them. Uber's got a nice stack of fails on the 30th. Bobby has an insane amount of FTDs. Jesus. Is Bobby still on Reg Show? Hmm. Interesting. I'm not sure if it's my inner bear speaking, but it feels like if there's going to be a sell-off on SPX, it's going to sell off hard, bury out. Maybe. Profit taking on the long side would be a pretty big slip here. Most of the strikes down to like 4100 are pretty bearish. So if the like 4135s and the 4125s take profit at any point, then it could fall pretty hard. Or 4130s and 4125s. T35 can apply to Reg Show, yeah. You can mark long FTDs regardless of if you're on Reg Show or not. Can you speak to GME expectations? Sure. Nothing. OPEX? Maybe? There's a deferral. GME gaining momentum? It's just pushing up with the market. Stock goes up and doesn't come down, I swear. When it does, it comes down very, very fast. But why do you think T35 matters? T35 is not not relevant. That's not an ETF or a market maker FTD due period. That's just Reg T. So you're counting Reg T irrespective of the the delay created by Reg Show and the delays created by their settlement periods. So ETF FTDs can be settled well, they settle 3 days after the end of Reg T, but Reg T doesn't begin for 6 days after the initial fail. I wrote a DD on this. Previous SLD, did they start on Wednesday or Thursday? Which one? December? Or Jan? I don't remember. They start whenever they want. There's no predictability to it. It's completely fucking random. Looks like Jan SLD started selling off around 10:30 on Wednesday. Ooh, my puts are up. More puts? 40 and 25? Brady. She feels like Feb Pex is the one no one expects. I mean, I'm gonna position for it. Because there's no way to fucking tell if they're gonna cover or not. I bought your CCs, Gherk. They're green as fuck right now. Yeah. Are they? A little bit. SPX 4,300 end of month. Probably not. Not with current positioning. I sold GME CCs last week and bought some puts for SLD. Is it normal for my sphincter to hurt afterwards? Probably. Did you buy in the money puts with tons of theta, or did you buy out of the money puts and pay a shitload of money for implied volatility? Because I bought in the money puts when we tested 24, and they're up and look great. So I'm going to assume that you didn't do that. That you probably waited till we were like back to mean at 20 and then bought out of the money puts at 130% implied volatility. You cutting the Tesla calls if SLD goes unrealized? Puts. Probably, yeah. I have some further dated ones that I'm not going to cut, regardless of what SLD does. But SLD going unrealized is very bullish into like the next couple weeks. I don't think I probably wouldn't stay short much if we don't see some serious downside in the next couple days. No, Reg T extension can always apply as long as the position is marked long. It doesn't need to be on Reg Show. Reg Show recognizes the Reg T extension. How do you feel about candlestick reading on a daily candles? Just to occasionally get whiff of what could come in the following day? Any utility there? No? Candlesticks are just a way of displaying data. Reading them is trying to reading tea leaves. Even reading trends in them over periods of time is just a way to visualize data quickly. But like candlestick patterns and formations are bullshit. Hard bullshit. High failure rate, very inaccurate. Astrology for stocks. This resistance on GME while everything else is selling off is interesting. We'll see. GME's a liquid still. Very. Good. Fuck you, Walken. Would someone be shorting TLT safe and liquid so hard? Because treasuries go down? People are always shorting TLT, so if you're enamored with the size of the short positions there, they're pretty common. Thoughts on puts for Upstart? Too risky? No, I don't think they're too risky. I'm probably gonna grab some soon myself. How's liquidity looking on that right now? Okay, so that's starting to turn around. Trend is dying a bit. Okay. No, I'm not in Tesla calls. He meant to say puts. Solid green candle. Big bulls rolled in. Big solid red candle. Big bears rolled in. Big wick. Flat pancake body. Bears and bulls making fight. I have friends with thick heads on the subject, and I want to save them. You probably won't. What are the most recent Upstart reg show dates? I forget when it came off, actually. I fucking forgot to mark it on my chart. Upstart came off on... Was it the 23rd or was it the 20... I'm sorry. Was it the 3rd or the 8th? Does anybody remember? Someone check on the Discord. The GME CCs I bought from you are now red. Seriously? They were that little green? Which CCs of mine did you buy? Was it the 20s? Those weren't great. Or it means everyone's repositioning for nothing to happen, Walken. Jimmy, you do strike me as the type of person that cares a lot about candlesticks, though. Think Upstart closes this week about $18. I'd love to get assigned on my covered calls. It could. We'll see what the market does, right? Like, everyone keeps asking me questions about these illiquid stocks with high beta. Let me tell you what'll happen. Whatever the fucking SPX does, that's what'll happen to your stocks. So GME, Upstart, market go down, they go down big. Big, right? Because high beta, down big. Markets go up, GME Upstart, up. Hold on, you motherfuckers. High beta means that the correlation with the fucking market is high. Stop fucking asking me what all of these stocks will do. They'll do what the SPX does. SPX down, stock down. SPX up, stock up. If you want future insight into what might happen by a couple seconds, go look at the ES. Like, everyone's like, GME's going up. The fucking market went up all morning. That's why GME went up. Not because of shorts, not because of, anyone struggling. The fucking market went up. Active funds were buying, and the stock is illiquid. Stock up. Active funds start selling. After they get rid of their internalization, they'll start selling GME and Upstart. No, I'm already angry. It's fucking ridiculous. Serious question. SPX sideways? Down? Only if they're liquid. Shorting into a flat market's not really advantageous on GME or Upstart right now. But it just said if we got a sell-off at 41.35, we were going to drop pretty hard. We could still drop more, actually. 41.20's got some support, but not a lot. That's why I was all like, I'm going to buy puts here. Puts good. Just before you ask me, what's my stock going to do? Ask yourself if it's an illiquid meme stock with high beta. I know you've all not bought enough theta. I know you all have fucking options expiring Friday that you can't afford to buy back or alternatively have already lost all your money on. Don't buy those things. They're bad. There's a video at the end of every stream about not buying weeklies. It's not that you can't make money on weeklies. Money can be made on weeklies. You're just not good at making money on weeklies. I didn't get a lot of sleep, and I had to deal with walking when I fucking woke up this morning. Running around the Discord, spewing vitriol and horseshit. Zero understanding of how the financial markets work. If he wasn't able to ghost my plays, he'd be broke already. Excellent, very informative rant. I will not ask what individual stocks will do. Instead, I'll ask what SPX will do. Please speak slowly and clearly into the mic. I thought Walken was banned. I didn't ban him, but now I want to again. Thanks for that. Fuck all the SLD analysts. Fuck Walken. You guys are lucky he does this every day. Buying calls with plenty of theta on more bans. We'll see. Thank you, Twat Waffle. We were in meetings all morning. Anything interesting happened today? No. Upstart went up this morning. That was cool. I made some money on that. Not a lot, but a little bit. I sold some more covered calls on it. I did it, Dad. I'm now synthetic long SQQQ, not just CSBs. Oh no. Okay, careful with that. Don't forget that there's volatility decay in the fund itself. So a synthetic long position's exposed to the same decay as a long position would be. I made money on Upstart weeklies today. It's a little awkward if I'm being honest. Fuck you too, Twat Waffle. You son of a bitch. Despite the high beta, could there still be some decorrelation Friday due to T+2? Or didn't I understand anything about what T+2 is? There could be on Upstart, provided it doesn't fall back down to like $18 again. Then yeah, there could be a little bit. You literally said it could test 41.35, then 41.20, 41.30, would sell off. It did. They did. Bought puts up 100%. Nice. I bought puts too. They're up 80%, but excellent job. ES is not an exciting ticker, my dude. Yes, it is. Twat Waffle, thank you so much. Guys, give Twat Waffle a shout out for hooking you up. Thank you so much, man. If SPX goes up, what way does Walken go? Bankrupt? Is he positive or negative beta? You know, I have a lot of puts on SPX, but if it ripped to the moon and Walken's port blew up, I would be happy as shit. I'll take the loss. It's worth it. I've learned since I joined, and now I know there are a few things I've said in Discord that I'm embarrassed about. Don't judge me too hard, Gherk. It's fine. No one's getting singled out here, except Walken, because he's a piece of shit. Upstart off reg show list 2823. Check the daily DD on 2923. Oh, okay, thank you. I need to put in a yellow line. Oop. Is that yellow or is that orange? It's orange. So today is day 5 of being off reg show. Upstart back on reg show tonight? Maybe. Are weeklies still okay for wheeling, or should you go further out? Is that mainly dependent on your risk / port size? Our weeklies are fine if you're selling them to people. But it's, I mean, it's also dependent on your risk and port size. I mean, the longer theta you sell, the more risk you're taking on. It's inverse to a long call position or a long put position, right? Because you're when you sell more theta, you're selling an increased duration of exposure. Hey Gerg, just into the market today. What's causing the negative beta for GME over the last 30 minutes? I don't think it's been 30 minutes. But they're probably offloading their internalization. It's mostly flat here around this level. We'll see what happens. Don't forget, they can use a falling market to get liquidity back. But eventually, if the market continues to fall, then GME will start to sell off. You gotta stop looking at worrying. You know what? This is the solution we need. Boom. We're just gonna start watching everything on the 5-minute until people can learn to be patient. Gherk, panic, panic. Am I doing this right? No. What does it mean when SPY is jumping around up and down and SPX is not reacting the same way? I mean, SPY and SPX aren't that tightly correlated. Good practice is buy. I think that SPY's been trading at a discount for like a month now, right? Almost a month. Buy a lot more theta than the guy that knows what he's doing, because you won't be able to enter or exit like him. It's usually a good idea. It'd probably also not hedge the same way. I need you to not ban walk-in. I don't want to be the most wrong all of the time in the cult. Am I doing this right? No. If FEBOPEX was to occur, would Upstart and GME be driven lower over the next few days in anticipation of covering? Possibly. Or they could run into it. That's something we've seen before, right? Why Jimmy up when SPX down if illiquid? Jimmy's up $1 today, and most of that price action occurred on the rise in the market. They have positive beta. Sometimes that beta is even higher, and thus they will outperform. So beta greater than 1 means that GME will outperform the index. Also, GME's not in SPX, but we'll leave that alone for now. The most important DM ever. That's fucking amazing. Well, now I'm in a better mood. Look at Upstart just failing like crazy. It's pretty nice. Why isn't it not? There we go. Huh. GME fails are starting to pick up a little bit. Still shit, but a little better through the end of December at least. There's another time frame? Yeah. Ivy on long dated GME calls going down. Yeah. GME Ivy hasn't moved much today, honestly. It went up a little, and I think it's getting crushed out right now. It was really low this morning. Why not the 3-minute? The 3-minute's garbage. Some 1 to 2 months that SPY is trading $10 to $15 equivalent lower than SPX. Before that, it was always less than 10. Yeah, the correlation's kind of broken apart. I think more hedging on SPY is leading to less resolution of arbitrage. You can't ban me because then you won't be able to ghost my market insight and far more sophisticated plays. You can actually give me kickbacks for that and keeping Discord active. Shill. What? What advanced plays? What are your sophisticated plays? Are I'm gonna inverse the market sentiment and then myself. So you're buying into what you think the sentiment is. That's not advanced. You're just double negativing yourself. I have a theory that there are only 5 to 6 personalities out there, and we all get some version of those. And the rant solidifies my theory. Kenny's after your covered calls. Maybe. He's got a couple of them right now, but I can buy him back. You're probably looking at the beta over several years. 5 years? I don't know what measurement they're using for beta and GME on TOS, but I'd imagine it's very long term. Greg, I'm officially ready to be a real trader for for real, not joking, terrible popcorn trader. I bought 6 shares of AMC and 0.05 shares of Amazon. Lookout World. Oh, fuck. Would you dump SLD position by end of day tomorrow? No, because I don't have an SLD position. I have puts on SPX. SLD is a great time to realize the value in those puts, but they're dated far longer than SLD. I see you stream on the daily. No. Oop, I got stopped out of my puts. What the fuck happened? Well, that wasn't fair. I need to buy more? Yep. Do it now. Ban now. Ban him. Walken doesn't even like the stream. What? Thoughts on synthetic longs on Oxy when it's under 62.50. No, I don't like that. How much under 62.50? Maybe under 60. You better be very okay with buying shares of it, though. Gherkin, I hedged my SPX put SLD position with more SPX puts. Am I doing this right? That's not a hedge. That's just averaging down. That's pumping more money into a losing position. Thanks, No Name. I once quintuple niggled of myself so hard that I lost money. Do you guys think that Wacken is actually just antagonizing himself for pretend to increase viewership? Interesting. No. I bought back my Upstart $20 CSPs for March at 50% profit. Nice. Still time to wait and resell? Am I a trader now? Yeah, just be patient. Not all of your trades, and I know this is going to shock people, but not all of your trades have to occur on the same day. I get the sense that a lot of people are not trading so much as they are entering one position that they have confidence in all at once and then waiting for the outcome. What's Jimmy doing? Nothing. It's extremely boring on the 5-minute. I know you hate Bobby, but have you seen the new FTD data? I did. How do you think it might pan out, given they now have some cash runway for a few months? I mean, I think the business is a complete pile of shit, but the FTDs are kind of interesting. I'll have to look at them more. Maybe we see SPY head for August high area, and we see Feb OPEX run. With how resilient the market is to data and Dixie yields right now, it seems like we could see one last push up. I mean, most of the upside positioning has been dropping off at a pretty dramatic rate. 4150 is now mostly comprised of sold calls. Most of the positioning above 4150 is now gone. Now most of the position below 4150 is flipping bearish. I don't think that we're gonna see another leg up soon. Not a big one. We might see another push to get back some of that, more of that 4150 positioning, but things look pretty bad right now. It's taking time. It's slow, but it doesn't look good. That was hard to learn. Was it? You do it immediately. It's technically not a roll. No more T+2, now T1 per SS? For what? Did SEC just pass T1 settlement? I don't know. Did they? They're discussing it? March 2024? Oh, okay. So fucking doesn't matter. That's cool. Ooh. Cash accounts just got way better. What's up, Dad? Surely you've discussed at length before, but wondering if you can help me understand the mechanics behind how you determine liquidity. No. Specifically the data sets that are used. Absolutely not. Yeah, it's not effective till next year. JFresh's CCs are not doing too hot right now. Please tell Jimmy to stop going up. Thank you. The CCs are fine, right? Isn't his cost basis like 15 on those shares? What does he care? If you had to choose your mood every day, would you choose being frustrated, pissed off, working a job you hate, or depression because you often choose the wrong side of the market? I don't know. How long can you afford to be depressed choosing the wrong side of the market? Maybe just pissed off every day until you're good at choosing the right side of the market? Will T1 settlement increase volatility? Yeah. So you shouldn't trust your liquidity analysis. No, I didn't ask you to. Do you think GME price has any indication of OPEX action happens early? Is it worth chasing some calls or a better wait until next week? I don't think today is necessarily an indication of OPEX happening early. I don't know how much that helps. I would want to see more confirmation of rising prices over multiple days. I would also want to see some volume and not just going up on no volume with no significant change to implied volatility. T+1 would reduce deferral nonsense for OPEXs, would it not? I mean, it depends. We have to see what type of allowances are allowed. Like if market makers are still T+1 plus 2 plus 2, or if they're T+1 plus 2, then nothing really changes, right? And if like ETF like APs are, you know, T+1 plus 3 plus 2, it's gonna be the same. Or T+1 plus 3. Like not a lot's gonna change. Things will just happen a day earlier. OPEX literally cannot happen early. No, but we can get like pre-covering. We've seen that happen before. Although Jimmy is getting more illiquid today, which is kind of interesting given that the price is going up. So they're internalizing a lot, I would say. Apple rugged? Ooh. Nice. Yeah, bar rates are still going down. That doesn't breed a lot of confidence for fucking for OPEX and Feb. The fact that we're seeing bar rates drop off into like the expiration, not great. Wouldn't it increase OPEX highs? No, not necessarily, but it could shorten the time between them. So it could increase like FOMO and the rate at which like Gamma Max moves up. Did Apple announce something? Why is it dumping? Upstart's bar rate is going up. That's bullish. Any concern with covered calls sold for 217? Not right now, no. Upstart bar rate is up to 58.5 on iBarrow. I don't think their prime rate has moved much. JFresh, what's Upstart's prime rate right now? Or last night? Do you know? FCC's on GME at 17 for March. I don't think I'll get assigned. Probably not. Although 17 is a bit low. When Big Tech GG says he wants the SEC to have the settlement time, which N in T plus N, is he referring to? Donk, Muchus, Amor, the two. The two becomes a one. So instead of like market maker exemption is, or yeah, market maker settlement period is currently T plus 2 plus 2, and ETF APs are T plus 2 plus 3. So this would change to 1. Unless they have settlement time across the board, that could get really interesting. It's not now T plus 1 settlement. That's false. It's May 2024. The rule is not implemented at all. It's good. It's a move in the right direction. There should still be T0 settlement, but I love how making a little box red in the FTD chart determines everyone's investment. I am the market maker. Oh, Karl. US investigating Apple? Escalating Apple probe and looking into antitrust issues. Okay. Upstart prime rate around 13%. Okay, so it's still down about 2% from the end of last month. Don't listen to the haters. You're a blessing, and I thank you for all you have taught me, you absolute beauty. Let's grab drinks in New York City. I'm in the area. Kisses on the lips. Touch on the hips. That's gonna... Thanks to the offer, Mr. Gold. T becomes a 7, so it's 7 plus 2. 9 days. No, that's God damn it. Steve Cohen's .72 bought 606,000 shares of GameStop, a stake worth 11 million as of December 31st. Yeah, people were talking about that. That doesn't mean they still have it. I feel like me and Gurk are probably close enough to mouth kissing now. No. Wow, he and everybody else reporting it admitted that May 2024 thing. I feel it may be somewhat pertinent. Yeah, it seems pretty important that it's not now, but in May of 2024. I mean, RC's buy-in still had a big impact. Yeah, it sucked up a bunch of liquidity, right? They had to. I mean, it based on like the liquidity analysis, it looks like RC's buy-ins, both of them, were mostly satisfied with shares from ETFs, right? In order to reduce their effect on the lit exchange. And in doing that, they dried up all the liquidity that was needed to hedge the short vol positions, and that's when everything started to blow up. I think that's still true. Like if anybody ever came in on these stocks and just bought, 10% of the float, they would do some insane shit. I don't want lip kisses from you, Darth. They probably saw big bar rates and decided they wanted a piece of the lending action. BRB buying May 2024 calls. I can't buy 10% of GME. I wouldn't BTU at 31 again today. Maybe. I don't know. My market's slipping a little bit. When will you be rich enough to buy 10% of Upstart? 6 years. Roughly. I ate pizza again last night, and my lactose intolerance is making me really gassy. Thanks for sharing that. I'm sorry to hear that you're intolerant to lactose. Can you take a Lactaid? Or do you just prefer to spend your day farting? Would you ever be interested in telling your story of how you unraveled some of these market mechanics and accidentally started a cult? Like a documentary just about me? What are you going to call it? The title's really important before I consider starring in it. In 6 years, you make your first billion? No? 10% of Upstart is 180, 170 million? Baby got brine, a centaur-sized pickle, pickle deep in trash. Put my pickle in Kenny's VWAP. How I learned to love IV and grow from a cucumber to a pickle, not a cult. Too long. Stocks and Pickles story, the big pickle. Thanks, bud. You always gotta... always forget to take the Lactaid. Also, when I was a kid, my parents force-fed me milk and then physically punished me for my gas. Same like Jimmy. Sounds similar, like an abusive relationship. I'm sorry that your parents didn't like your flatulence. That's really sad. When the pickle runs dry, a not a cult biography. Diamond in a pickle jar. How I tickled their pickles. The title is obvious. Peon. You go fuck yourself, Grim, too. You've got the laying around with margin. Don't lie. I'm not gonna margin 10% of Upstart. A little pickle in the Big Apple. Boofening. Pickleback Mountain. Pickle Ball. Picklenomics. Puts cost same like shares. Ugh. I already hate this idea. Do you like how the SPX is trending? Does it look decent for a near-term drop? If it gets rejected here, that's pretty bearish. If it breaks up here again, that's bullshit. Who punishes a kid for farting? You just say gross and then nod approvingly with a touch of pride. I don't know. It's weird. Some people shouldn't have children. The option chain doesn't have Upstart 2030 50C. Can you buy a bit faster? The Walking Chronicles, how a stock cult usurped Super Stonk. What prevents a big player from stepping in and buying 10% of these vol shorts and blowing up the position and exiting? Rich people like to keep their money and they don't like to risk it. Generally, if they're going to risk it, they give it to people like Kenny to do the risking for them. Gork, thanks to the educational stream and the community you've built on the corpses of super stonkers, I've learned a lot and have become, gasp, a profitable trader. Holy shit. Cheers, sir. Thanks, Deganoth. That's awesome, man. Consistently? Like 3 months, 6 months? How long you got going? What's your run? I thought this would be a 6-month adventure. I really did think this would be over by now. Upstart's still climbing. When dip before rip? Upstart has dipped. It's below its previous high. The Stock God origin story. Oh god. Brine the Gherkin story, starring Brad Pitt. Now you're on to something, Functional Chungus. Where do you store your piles of cash when you hit 100 million? You're already stretching to find somewhere to put 100K. I mean, I don't, Burke A. Like after Buffett dies, buy the dip. I wish I had enough money to give some to Kenny, to be honest. Yeah. I'd let him manage some of my port. I heard today is Vixpiration. Does that have any significance? Yes, it does. I honestly can't compete with these names, but like something that can translate to the outside world, sort of short docu interview, some sort of video that might draw some public. Interesting. Do we want public in here? It's bad enough with the pores. Imagine public pores. I assumed that's why you guys never liked the fucking stream. Please, God, don't let the bots in. But we could be like Wall Street bats. Like, we're in first, so we understand how it works. We could just watch the Discord from the top of the Pigeon Whale Tower and wait for them to get bullish on things and then short the fuck out of it. It's like, oh, look what they're bullish on now. I assume that's how a Wall Street Bets mods day goes. I don't know. That's what I think when I look at Wall Street Bets. The fact that they're bearish right now is very upsetting to me. Hold on. Gonna fail? Futures look like they're kind of failing here. This might fail kind of hard. Don't want to get stopped out of my puts. Hold on one second. Okay. Cucumber to pickle, a lover's story. Thoroughly brined, a cash-loving centaur. Wolf pack of Wall Street. We need some boomers in here. We have some, right? I don't want anyone to know what I do in here. No public, please. I can barely get a message seen as it is. You know, it would help if you tagged me in the message, Jen. I agree, it's bad in here with the pores. By the way, do you know when people will be gifting subs again? Next time stocks do what people want, generally. Twat Waffle came in hot with some earlier. Could you explain Vixpiration and what effect that generally has? Generally speaking, IV crushes as the next contract is rolled in. So IV will go down. You can go like long delta potentially. So you're generally speaking, long delta, short vol. Today's the expiration. They expired at 9 a.m. this morning. So given this is the VIX expiration, VIX is actually pretty high. Brad Pitt is far too short to play Gherkin in the movie, and his calves aren't beefy enough. Mm. That's true. Wasn't that what they did in that one trading Discord that got the pores like us to buy into Torchlight? Was it Torchlight? I thought it was something else. Dirk should be played by Russell Crowe. Wait, were we not already doing inversing Wall Street bets? Occasionally. Only when they win, right? Thoughts on puts for BP and Shell. Their dividend date is tomorrow, and probably do a correction. No, I don't own any Shell, but I do have BP, and I have a stop on my position in BP. I'm like way above my price target, so sure. I don't really care about the dividend. It might be okay. I don't know how much BP is gonna drop, but Shell might have a decent pullback. Has SLD been mentioned on Wall Street bets these past days? A little bit, yeah. People are running their mouths. Avaka don't. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Millennials got to be the largest cohort, right? I don't know. We have a pretty wide range of people in here that are all male. Can it please be how Revlon made me $100 million? No. Thank you so much, Odorous Colon. Kyle Lovell, you should DM Odorous Colon and profusely thank him for giving you Cornichon. Ooh. Yes. Check DMs. Oh, so many people are DMing me today. What do you mean, what mean? You're talking about the volume? Oh, it just means that fidelity sucks. Yeah. There's not a lot to read into that. Christ. Son of a bitch. Check DM. I sent some weird OI stuff. Get me out of the poorest chat. Thanks, boss. Shit. Go to there's a thread for just go to the announcements channel and look under pinned Avacadount. Trying to find this fucking thank you, Tatzel. Yeah, if anybody friend requesting pretending to be me is not me. I don't want to be your friends, don't worry. You just sent me a DM that says weird OI stuff. That's not... I went through all of that to... The fuck, man? The never-ending pigeon whale sub. Pi-Fi, you riding on J-Fresh? J-Fresh doesn't want to be a pigeon whale. He loves the pores. I hate to say this, but gifting memberships probably lets the bots in too. Maybe. Branding borrowers, a pickle cult uncovers the mechanics of going short. I think your documentary should just be called Implied Volatility. It works on multiple levels. I like that name. That's a good one. I'm making a nice blonde roux for mac and cheese. I had no meetings earlier. Crush the 0DT SPX gang. Thanks, my dude. Nice, man. Congrats. How much more realistic upside is left for SPX, do you think? What is holding it up at these levels? Idiots. Well, no. Underwater longs and idiots. Everyone is a dude online. That's both generally true and advice on how to behave if you run across a woman in an MMO. It's not perfectly egalitarian, but it's the best the internet can do. I don't play MMOs. Ever. I literally almost threw up reading the Poor's Upstart Discord last night. I understand. It can be a disgusting place. I am nutritious. I am delicious. When you are big sad, you can rely on me for big happy. I am Danwich. Witness me. You are hereby witnessed. Now go get me an ice cream sandwich. Do you think this could be a good chance to grab some upstart puts? Maybe some 17s for Feb 24. Ooh. I guess. I don't love out of the money puts on Upstart right now. And with the liquidity issues, I don't really love the puts at all currently. They might not be terrible. Like, I was thinking about buying some protective puts earlier too. I have some open, but I was thinking more like 27.50 for Jan 2024. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about out of the money ones. I think Ivy could crush down more. Quite a bit more. I love Fake Kirk. He's nice to me and listens to all my options problems. Apple trying to push below 154. I think futures are trying to drop back down to 41.23. Which I'd be very happy with. I doubled down on my put stork. My 0DT puts. I've spent too much money on them. Bond auction came in hot. Nice. Ham flowers in the attic. Haley isn't a dude. Look at their PFP. Hazy? Change MMO to literally any online game, I suppose. I don't play games where you you talk with your opponents. I don't want to talk to people on the internet. The title needs to be more avant-garde, like implied volatility and pineapple pizza. How about the implied volatility of pineapple pizza? How long until Wall Street Bets sells out of their SLD positions so that it can go down? I don't know. Can we go back to the 1 minute candles? Only if people are willing to behave and not like act like the fucking world is burning to the ground on every tick. It's insufferable. It definitely can't be trusted. Is it call interest pushing Jimmy up? I mean, there might be a little bit of call interest, but probably not a lot. Damn. Stopped out. I don't know if it's a bull trap. It just looks kind of like a push. Like, futures are pushing hard. VIX didn't go up. VIX didn't go down, which could be a good sign. Goddamn dirty market makers. No, Yaga. Trying to get better at maximizing profits on positions. I've got X calls from March 17, 30C, up about 30%. Thoughts on cashing them today versus holding? I wonder if commodities would heat up a little in the next week. What's X trading at right now? Yeah, I don't hate the idea of taking some profits there. That doesn't look terrible. I kind of get where you're coming from on it, at least. Futures are pushing, but minimal volume. I mean, all of our upside moves have been mostly on pretty minimal volume lately. It looks like they're gonna tap 4140 again. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they failed before, but how does that, hold on, I need to take a look at how that's gonna affect positioning on the downside. Yeah, 4135 still really negative. A lot of this on the back of increased interest in the 4130 strike. 4140's got some interest, but then flat again at 45, up again at 50. Maybe just burning off the rest of these like 4120s and 4130s. I don't even know if it'll get the 4130s in the money here. Cause momentum's kind of dropping, and then VIX isn't going down much. Twin Peaks, welcome back, man. How you been? Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to re-add you, dude.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
That's on upcoming earnings and SLD. Well, SLD is kind of shitty so far. Fubo's earnings could be pretty interesting. I'm excited to hear about the change in their subscriber base during the World Cup. BTU, do a VUPS, come on, I know you wanna. Wish me luck for my interview in 45 minutes so that I do well and can stop annoying you as much. Man, if you want them to call me and I will give you the most glowing fucking reference anyone's ever heard. Market participants that need to sell to make their deposit can wait and see how high SPX can push. It'll either be PPI or them deciding it's time for deposits. Thoughts? Market participants that need to sell to make deposits can wait and see how high SPX can push. Yeah, I mean, they don't need to do a lot of selling just yet, right? And they can wait for PPI. Generally, PPIs, like our PPI, CPI, are in the earlier part of the week. So there's more confidence in, what to do by this time. Why is the SPX such hot garbage raw oyster salad? Because it hates your puts and your calls. Did you notice the SPX is about to cross over on the 15-second MACD? No. But thanks for making me aware. What's with your dream of 4139, Odorous Colon? We need to be careful. If we're too nice, Darth will be sitting in that interview thinking, this isn't where I want to be. My friends are all back on the stream, and tank it. Well, that's why so many of us offered the glowing recommendations. So you can't sabotage it. Yeah, everyone stop hedging SVX. You know, whatever side we lean heavy towards, it always moves in reverse. If we're all hedged, we stay flat. I mean, eventually today we're going to start to see more neutral positioning come in, right? Yeah, we kind of are around 4120. Why is it that GME $21 weeklies are down 20% today? I have no idea. Did you buy them at the test of $21? You called the chop early. Sometimes it's unfortunate to be right. I bought them at 2060 and I lost money. So you bought them at 2060 and then you were up briefly. I assume. Here? And then you didn't sell them. You kept them. What were you saving them for? Marriage? I was up a little, but I assumed I would be up even more at 21. Well, IV kind of crushed out after the drop. So, not necessarily. Have you ever quant any studies to see, on average, how often the market trends versus chops intraday? No. I suppose we could, but that seems like a waste of time. The middle of the day is generally choppy. Any OI update on SPX? Yeah, people are still long at 41.35. Sorry, short at 41.35, long at 41.30. So far, this whole week has been positioning on SPX to wait for the next day, so they can position on SPX to wait for the next day. Yep, it's been pretty shitty. The overall trend is down. It's just being realized not in a fun way. I've calculated the chop of D's nuts, though. Nice. And what is it? Still looking to do spreads on HCP? Yeah. I mean, oh, well, I wasn't looking to do them. I already did them. Did I miss something? Ooh, it's having a kind of a good day today. Nice. No, my theta's almost burned out on him. Probably just keep him open. Any juicy, super secret Pigeon Well degen plays coming up? No. What are you talking about? I'm embarrassed to admit this, but making money on what was supposed to be an ape arbitrage play. Okay. If we hit 41.35 again, would you expect profit taking and another pullback? Probably, yeah. What's BTU doing today? Man, Fubo's fucking just killing it. Hmm. Mm. Whole basket's kind of outperforming today. Bobby. Curious. Okay, well, that's interesting. I abbreviated that so the pores wouldn't understand. You ruined it. Did I miss a Ko-Fi? And am I in trouble? I don't think so. Looks nice. No indication of when their buyback's gonna be complete, right? Or did they announce a completion of a buyback? Chip. What's the point of selling CSPs on my WeBull paper trading account if it doesn't assign me when the price goes up lower than the strike I had at expiration? Ends up lower than the strike I had at expiration. Oh, I just buy the shares and then like adjust the cost basis. I have no idea. I've never used Webull's paper trading thing. It probably sucks. Most of them do. Tell you now, tomorrow PPI will be slightly bullish and the market will drop. And then chat will ask, why is the market dropping? PPI wasn't even that bad. Do you have an ice cream sandwich so you can cool this hot market down? I don't think that's how that works. We're going to 4150 today. We'll see. Why do people prefer the German version of 99 Red Balloons? I prefer to understand what's being said. Why? The words are terrible. It's on the table till like 2027. I mean, you might realize some value from the profitability. It's moving up. I mean, you're already up on the position, right? Don't get rugged. Something's wrong. Jamie has been over 21 for more than 3 minutes. Do you mind that I'm also watching the Chiefs Super Bowl parade right now? No? No FINRA deferrals in March. I know. Then deferrals every month till August. God, how boring the NOPEX calendar is going to be. I mean, probably, although, I don't know. I'll probably get some leverage. I'm gonna get some leverage for Fab just because things look spicy for no other reason. But like, I'm gonna buy like leaps or something. Best cheese blend for mac and cheese. Cheddar, sharp cheddar, or extra sharp. Gruyere, gorgonzola in the sauce. A little bit of Gouda, Parmesan. Like a strong Gouda, but not too much of it. Asiago? I guess you could. No hot sauce. Hot sauce is disgusting. I like Annie's bunny mac and cheese. Didn't you rip on gourmet mac and cheese the other day? Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely did. Oaxacan is pronounced Oaxacan. Okay. Manchego? Manchego? Is there anything better than hot sauce on eggs? Yeah, eggs that are cooked properly. You don't like hot sauce either? Bro, after market close, I think we need to have a talk about our relationship. I don't like hot sauce. I don't like hot sauce. I don't like fucking potatoes. I don't like pho either. Sriracha's garbage. My taste buds aren't broken. Hot sauce is just shit. Hot sauce is worse than potatoes. Wait, don't you like pho? No. Yeah, I like spicy food, just not hot sauce. Chilies, awesome, delicious, flavorful. Hot sauce, shit. Tastes like vinegar. It's just another condiment that's designed to make your food not taste like the food you made. Ramen makes pho taste like hot dog water. It does, yeah. Ramen leagues better than pho. Pho's like kitchen scraps boiled in a pot with some fucking noodles in it. You're not going to convince me otherwise. I've had it at all of the supposed best pho restaurants. Garbage. I'm really picky about hot. Like I like heat in dishes where it promotes the flavors. I do not like the dish to be just heat. Right? Korean barbecue or Japanese barbecue, both delicious. I've stabbed people for way less. This is not a hot take. Banh mi's are amazing. It's not that I dislike Vietnamese food. I dislike pho. Pho's crap. Don't try to sell me on it. You need to specify mildly promoted favor instead of saying something is spicy when talking about stocks. Go-to chicken wing flavor? I don't really eat a lot of chicken wings, but hot. I can handle the heat just fine. Red pepper flakes on pizza? Phenomenal. Stop with the fud. Yeah, Lee's is not very good anymore. I've had it. I had it like a decade ago too, and it was much better. You like Bao? Yeah, quite a bit. Bet $1 for every time you don't like something. I'd be more liquid than Susquehanna. Does it seem like we've seen the extent of the SLD downside? I don't think we've seen any of it yet. Or at least not very much of it. I don't dislike I don't dislike chicken wings. I just don't eat them very often. There's not a lot of good places to get them here. My belief in your culinary prowess is wavered. My belief in your intelligence is wavered. Meaning that I don't care what you believe in. I've lost all respect for you, Walken. You were not even better than Koala Hugger at this point. The fact that you bought Upstart Weekly as it opened just cemented that. So is this hot take on hot sauce because you don't like the sourness tang of vinegar? Or is there something else going on here? I don't eat food that needs shit put on it. Right? Like if you need to put hot sauce on your eggs, you've made bad eggs. It's like putting ketchup on steak. There are dishes that accompany a hot sauce where that's part of the idea of eating that dish. I can fully respect the hot sauce in its place there. But just smother and most people who eat hot sauce, especially regularly, smother everything they fucking eat in it. Which means all your food tastes like shitty, slightly spicy vinegar. I get it. If you don't like food and you really like hot sauce, keep at it. Not for me. Your palate will explode if you combine pho, potatoes, and hot sauce. So just potatoes and water with hot sauce on top? Truffles versus truffle oil, same situation. Yes. Truffle oil is foul. No one should ever eat it, and no restaurant should put it on any of their dishes. Truffles, amazing. People can't afford them. They don't taste anything alike. Hot sauce can also be replaced with ranch. These comparisons are a bit skewed, I think. Hot sauce on eggs because even a perfectly cooked egg is still gonna taste like an egg. Eggs taste good. Like eggs. If your eggs don't taste good, you're making them wrong. All I'm hearing in here is there's people that put ketchup on their steak. There are. I eat mostly beans and quinoa. Hot sauce is a must. Just don't eat flavorless food. Chili oil is awesome. Are you kind of shy when meeting new people? No. I don't have a lot of social filters. At least not well-developed ones. Can you take a minute to talk about Upstart? I caught the tail end of when you were mentioning it earlier, but can you refresh my understanding? Market go up, stock go up. See how that works? Look at that. Both of them. All three of them. Holy shit. See that happening? It's like three of the same chart. Four. All four charts are the same. Do you like your scrambled eggs American style? You mean burnt and hard? No. Spice is good, sauce is bad. Not all sauces are bad. Some sauces are good. Specifically hot sauce. Yes, I know there's other kinds of sauces, but those aren't really hot sauces. Right? If it's just like pepper sauce, that's totally different. Hot sauces specifically have vinegar, and they're awful. Chimichurri on steak? Can do, not my favorite. Depends on the type of steak. On like a hanger steak or something, sure. Maybe you should be more shy when meeting new people at FA. Probably. It's not worked out in my favor often. Like my women, like I like my scrambled eggs. Thick, indulgent, and first thing in the morning. Nicely put. You ever have to dislike hot sauce because you lack the Mexican food it pairs with? Also, I'm glad that my comment put you down this food hate path. But then you have salsa, not hot sauce. Why the fuck are you putting hot sauce on Mexican food? You have like salsa rojo, which is phenomenal. And you're replacing that with what? Cholula? What kind of trash are you eating? I'm gonna put mustard on my bacon? What the fuck? Alright, Karl, that's it. Ban walking. He's gone too far. Does a relatively high IV mean credit spreads are preferable to debit spreads? Yes. No, no salsa and mac and cheese. Why is J-Roll tweeting Jimmy done? Oh shit, I better buy some calls. What's up, Gaff? You got timed out, but not banned. Is it Kava Day? Tapatio? I can't think of a time mustard goes on bacon. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you're smoking your own bacon as something to help adhere the rub. I could see it in that scenario. New Mexico has a very different style of Mexican cuisine, Mexican food than the standard American food. One of the key differences is gratuitous use of the hatch chili. They're incredible. You know what? I'm not going to argue with you. You're right. They are. Foti, thank you so much. Guys, give Foti a shout out for hooking you up with some memberships there. It was very nice of him. Any thoughts on basket stocks going up? Risk off seems bussin'. I mean, they're moving up with the market, Karl. They are getting some liquidity, which makes me think they're going to short the fuck out of them. More than it makes me think they're going to rip. What are you doing with these about these Fubo covered calls? I'm holding until Friday, but ouch. Negative 170%. What did you sell them at? I'm down 36% on mine right now. I'm not super concerned with it. You can roll them. How the fuck are you down 170%? BLT? No, you don't put mustard on a BLT. Maybe mayonnaise. I haven't had Kava in almost a month. You're right back on your alt account. How do you switch them so quickly? I had those back-to-back weeks of compliance review, then last week got knocked out with COVID. Still testing positive. 2023 blows. But did you buy Bitcoin at 16? I'm here to do two things. Put hot sauce on my pho and rain memberships on the pores. I'm all out of hot sauce. Thank you so much, Fody. If you get a bacon cheeseburger, there's a chance mustard touches the bacon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes... Yeah, okay. Not BLT, but a bacon cheeseburger, okay. Do you just hate vinegar? No, not at all. Just hate hot sauce. You got another one of those rogue rockets in your back pocket to pull out for this SLD? No. You know what? It's not the rockets that we're out of. It's Polish farms. Any thoughts on Upstart? What goes up and all that? Gonna get shorted into a falling market with SLD? Very possible. If we realize Odorous Cullen's dream of 139 or 4139, maybe the world will fall apart. Are we just back to open again? Jesus fucking Christ. Stop pho hate. Hashtag also like ramen. Hashtag ban walking. Hashtag my puts are fuck. Hashtag thank God I got calls too. Hashtag 420 blaze it. Hashtag maybe high. Hashtag. Man, that's... You're not going to come up on any search engines with that one. Thank you, NW. Good job being high. When is SLD? It's the next today and the next 3 days. The real question that's been plaguing me while I've been dying from an illness that my president tells me we have defeated is, how is November OPEX looking after today's price action? Spicy as fuck. Thanks, Gaff. Okay, I sold CCs well below my cost basis at 20C for Friday the 17th. Okay. What are my options at this point? Buy back at a massive loss, ride it out and hope it drops, buy a higher strike, eat the loss. All three of those are options. You could also roll them out. Like, it hasn't moved up a lot above 20. I don't think it'd be hard to find a strike further in the future. If you flip your monitor, this is a very spice SLD. The market's been going down for a few days. Weeks? Couple of them? You know, this is not an upward trend. No patience. I know. When does OPEC start? After the monthly option expiration? The same time it always starts? GME price action is masses frantically buying back their covered calls, or at least that will drive GME higher for longer than SPX. Part of it, yeah. Although most of the covered calls out on GME are still at like 22.50 and 25, and probably not closing. Silly to think we look further than the 1 minute chart. I know. For real though, there's no way they're gonna go for the SPX 4160, 4164 gap before the downside really starts, right? I don't know. This looks bullish. There's still a little bit left of that gap to fill. 4145's trending slightly positive. 4150 is still strong. I don't know if we'd hit 4150. It just still seems like we don't have enough momentum to get there. Maybe 4140. I mean, I don't see us crossing 4145 easily. Unless a ton of volume comes in right now. Yeah, 4135 is still pretty negative, actually. 4140, 4145, 4150. And rejection? Shitload of, just shitload of call volume on 4150. Here's what's weird. All the put volume is super far out of the money. Which makes me think a lot of it is sold below 4100 right now, like for 0 DTEs. Like the put call ratio is still like 1.23 for the day, which is heavily put favored. Should look at the put right index. Not as many as I would have thought. Okay, so put writing fairly flat today, actually. So no, bears are buying puts. They're just not going in the money. Looks like VIX 20C for April are in order. I have a few. Why do you hate hot sauce? I went over this for like half an hour. I wonder if futures sell off at 4150 here. I feel like when this does sell off, it's going to be fucking crazy. Like, look at this. So I guess this is more accurate. This has a lot more volume. Downside range. Huh. That's like a shitty Like a shitty bullhorn. Hmm. Try to spin on the wheel. I'd like to solve the puzzle. Market and chat same like dumb. PS Zom 130. Nice, man. Yeah, the market's just drunk. Drunk and shitty. This is running out of steam a little bit. VIX isn't dropping with the upside here either. That's on Apple end of week. I'm grabbing 150 puts. They had a big sell off today. I haven't really been watching them after that though. Did it move back up? It moved like right back up to 150. Like no one gave a shit. They had that whole big sell off and it's right back where it was. Up 1% on the day. 1.2. Any idea why price got so volatile in the 4100 to 4125 range? Some candles span nearly that entire range, and then we break out to a slow melt up. No? We've had an insane amount of volatility over like the last couple of days, right? Like all of yesterday was nuts. And we have the VIX expiration, which can drive volatility, but usually it leads to volatility crushing out. Remember when Jamie and Upstart were different stocks? Someone shared that hard pick you made yesterday with Jamie Dimon. Now he's just trying to top it. What's been going on with GME today? Pushing up with the market. Pretty illiquid. Going to Azores next week. I'll grab you some sardines, tuna, and smelts. Be on the lookout. Exciting. Is this how Burry constantly feels? I don't know. I don't know how Burry feels. Maybe this is just delta neutral positioning, held for CPI and now PPI as well. Partially, yes. That's not entirely incorrect. And most of it still straddled at like around 4100, but we're on the very top end of like the strangles here at like 4135, 4140. Like most of that positioning is between 4070 and 4135, with the highest concentration of it being between 4115 and 4090. Is 24 million volume on Upstart a lot? Yeah. That's quite a lot. Is that line in the right place? Yes. Okay, cool. Why is that one in the right place and the other one's not? Someone told Wall Street Bets that SLD was canceled. Is the market trying to Icon? I'm pretty sure that if Icon entered those like futures contracts when he was supposed to have, that they already printed bigly. Does it make sense to keep holding and averaging down SPX SPY 375s? How far out are they? That's really far out of the money. At what price is there tremendous pressure to push up near GM? Above 2250 and 25. Both of those capitulation at those levels of sold calls could drive the price up above Gamma Max. I don't think it's gonna go up that high. Gorg, I was reaching past my wife to grab a tissue to sneeze, and I sneezed in her face. Can I come stay with you for a while? No. You need to communicate. What are the thoughts on Upstart over the next few weeks? I just got out of half of my position at break even. I'm looking to reposition. I think it'll probably go down unless we run for OPEX. Yeah, I don't believe that you won't sneeze in my face, though. And then I gotta spend my days monitoring the distance between me and the nearest box of tissues. I have March 31st SPY. That's not so bad. I'm guessing you bought the concentration of your position at lower prices. I just did an SPX options update. Well, what would you like to ask me, Sykes? My Tesla puts I bought are almost dead. Why did SLD do this to me? Why didn't you buy more Theta? I bought around 409, down 30%. That doesn't seem so bad. And you have plenty of time. Do you have like a level at which you're going to risk off? Or was that not part of the original consideration? How does VIX just chill flat as SPX is running like this? Because people are still buying lots and lots of puts. My Tesla puts are for April. That's a decent amount of time. My puts are sad not because I bought at lower prices, but because I bought at higher VIX. But if SPX drives down to those prices again, VIX is gonna go up, right? If you're buying far dated calls though, you shouldn't have been overpaying for volatility. Options flow bullish? Not particularly. A little bit this morning. Interesting, Kyle. I'm thinking to cut around 45% loss and reposition when it goes higher. Okay. SLD just started, and I didn't say SLD is going to go down. SLD can go down. I was pretty clear about that. It's just a market event. It usually goes down. That's nice. It's not always going to do it. It's not a guarantee. There's no like warranty ensuring the market's going to go down during this time period. There's definitely no warranty for people buying puts here, and then when the market goes up and then comes down, being sad here. $50-50 PPI bullish bearish probably won't be all that meaningful either way. What are you leaning towards for tomorrow's economic data? I mean, PPI has been cooling all along. I would expect it to continue to do so. It's a little less volatile than the CPI print. I don't think they rebalanced the calculations on it. Yeah, I'm not scared. March quarterly is 3750 and 3900, and June 3200 for funsies. Of the parties subject to SLD, which is everyone, are net short. They generally aren't. Net short is far less common than net long. Wouldn't SLD mean ups? Sure. Most market participants, the vast majority of them, are net long. Nope. It's like OPEX. SLD will SLD when it wants to. Nope, it'll do it if it's going to do it in the time frame that it can do it. Any chance Rev does something, or has that died and will continue to rot? I think they pushed out their like decision due to some holiday or some shit. Does delta neutral act as support resistance line, or is it more of just a data point? It can act as support and resistance. It depends on how much options interest there is. It can be quite a strong one. I know you're a bipolar bear. You don't have to say that. It's really amazing how many ways people phrase, "Hey Gherk, can you tell me the future so I can profit using this too? Thanks." What could GME earnings show that would make you excited? Continued positive free cash flow? Better EPS? Maybe positive EPS? Oh, what did you reread through your children's edition of Wyckoff for Dummies, Walken? Uh At what point would you consider reopening CCs instead of rolling out as the price rises? I don't know. I mean, I'm never in a position where I can't just buy them back or roll them out. So it's tough for me to say what I would do in your position. Um, I would probably roll them out because I don't like eating losses. I mean, sometimes I'll buy them back, but only if I'm going to just resell them, right? So I'm just gonna roll them up. Big divergence in NQES now. NQ took highs, ES hasn't. We're gonna see if we get a reversal. They're public bots on CNBC. Yeah, I heard about that. It's kind of weird, right? I don't know if it's because of like the AI craze right now, or if it's because well, they need liquidity. I figured out what's going on here. People poorly played defer pecs. They've now transitioned to SLD being their OPEX, and now that's failing them too. I said something to Walken this morning, and I'm sure not everyone read my rant at him. But luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So if you can identify opportunities in the market and prepare for them, sometimes you make a lot of money off them. The idea is to prepare for them in a way that you don't get fucking destroyed when it doesn't go the way you want. That way you can then prepare for another opportunity at a future point. Or just get a job, you know. Fair enough, Arnold. I just bought a $50 put for Roku for April 21st. Thoughts? Thanks. Roku? How have they been doing? What's their business model again? Being slightly worse and more expensive than smart TVs? Roku's ripping hard today. They have earnings tonight. You think they're gonna miss? Maybe. Man, estimates are fucking bottom of the barrel though. Kind of looks bullish. Not gonna lie. Or people are just getting ready to make a bunch of bag holders. With Gen retail numbers coming in higher than expected, I'm a little more bullish on GME EPS potential. Do you think now is the time to open leaps or wait? It's not the greatest time to open leaps. Also, that's for January. Not through the holiday season. So it looks like, you know, retail buying picked up in January. The price is a little high, and IV's a little high today. It could be okay. I don't love buying calls on it right now though. This morning when IV was at like 88 and the price was at $19, sure. Are you seeing anything that's showing that we could have a couple big SLD down days ahead of us? I forgot to put stops on my CCs that were so comfortably in the green yesterday. I mean, short interest has been building on, you know, like SPX for the last couple days as we continue to chop in this price range. Most of the long interest has been selling off. No, SLD isn't deferred because of holidays. Posse's more money to help spread the upstart risk? Maybe. It's not funny, Gherk. It's kind of funny. Are people really whining about SLD right now? You said multiple times that big moves in SLD happen overnight a lot of the time. We're in an overbought market as a whole. Maybe by 30 DTE. I think people don't understand that, right? They try to leverage a lot of opportunities by buying the exact window of time, right? So like, okay, SLD 4 days. So I need like next weeklies, right? So they'll pick up shit like Feb 24 calls, which are right here, right? And they're like, that'll give me plenty of theta to realize all the price action here. Except it doesn't at all, right? And then if this doesn't go the way you want, you're now fucked. You've lost all your money. Now you have a bunch of you have a big bag of worthless fucking calls that expire next week. But if you bought something out here, and nothing happens here, these are worth relatively the same amount of money they were worth when you got them. So your losses are minimized by buying theta. Sure, you might have less leverage. And the further this goes, the less risk you take in the near term. Right? I'm still in my market short position. Worth reminding folks that SLD can be paid up without selling stuff. Yeah. We see downs because they typically sell to get said funds. Yes. Hey, Gurk, I saw a very old lady attempt to put gas in her car 3 times and failed. She had a yellow stripe bumper sticker that said caution. Bullish? No. Maybe? I don't know. Shop tonight also? Interesting. What do you think about CVX and Oxy over the next 2 months? Getting ready to run? I think we might see another spike in oil before, like, into the early spring, maybe early summer. A lot of that has to do with, you know, the outcome of the current political situations, but I'm still in Oxy. Can you explain how a roll order is executed? New ones sold, old ones bought back. I think it depends on the kind of account you have. I have no idea how they do it on the broker side. I'm sure every which way, but generally speaking, on a margin account, new ones sold, old ones bought back. Just tuning in. Oh, hey, look, SLD started and the market isn't blood red yet. Better have theta for the whole period. But I can't buy 10 monthlies and I can buy 10 weeklies. That doesn't mean you should buy 10 weeklies. Mm. Is Biden speaking again? Yeah, PPI is still tomorrow. Could Upstart just blast off any second? No, I don't think so. Is today early covering of obligations? I mean, it's some covering of obligations. They're getting liquidity. But mostly it's just illiquid stocks moving up because the market's moving up. So what happens in this situation, right, is that stocks like GME and Upstart are extremely illiquid in pre-market, right? So the market, SPX drops, right, and opens here. But this drop in pre-market doesn't really affect these because there's simply not enough buyers for the sale orders to go through. And then what you see is the market recover, and then that upward pressure is applied to these during the day. So like, oh, why is GME up? And then also Upstart fucking had good earnings. You know, there's probably some risk off going on. There's definitely long interest, right? GME is more just pushing up with the market than I would say Upstart is, right? GME at 5 million volume today, which is more, but not too far off of its like 3-month average. Upstart at 25 million volume today, so Upstart's got a lot more going on. Fubo below its 3-month average, but also up today. Most of the basket is up a little more today, but all the basket stocks are really illiquid right now, so their beta is higher than even with the market. So it's like their beta's like, say, like, 2.0 or 2.5, right? So they're acting almost like leveraged ETFs on overall market price because they're so illiquid. Hmm. 1 second. I think I want to stop. Oh, I want to put a stop here. Just in case this bounces back again. All right. I mean, the goal of a calendar, Kenneth, the goal of a calendar spread is to profit from time, like theta and volatility. So you profit off of the behavior of like near and long dated options, and how they react to theta decay and increases in implied volatility over time. It can also be used as a way to reduce the cost of like a longer dated bias. So if you don't think anything's going to happen in the near term, but you think something will happen in the future, you can reduce the cost of your future exposure by selling nearer term contracts that you expect to expire worthless. Right, and then using that credit to then discount the premium of your biased position. This is interesting. I think Upstart can go back on Reg Show tonight. That doesn't mean it necessarily will. They've traded a lot of volume today, and there hasn't been a ton of price action since like 10:30. So possibly, but maybe not. Yeah, you can keep like persistent sold positions open and just keep rolling them. What do you think about weekly CCs on GME right now? I wouldn't take a ton of risk on them, but they might not be terrible at a slightly higher strike. I think 22 is kind of hard for us to cross over. Let me take a look. Yeah, 20 like the 2150 to 2250 range, even 23 is pretty stacked. So I would say that range is, even though it's below gamma max, that range is fairly safe. Obviously, the upside of that range a little less or a little more safe, but it does not look like we're moving above that range at all. Like 21, 22, 21, 25, those aren't very strong. Like the market can push us up into those, and maybe 22. But 2250 and 23 look pretty solid, at least right now. That could change, of course, but interesting. Interest at 41.45 dropped off. So I guess on that first test, we had some long sell off. I wonder if that's true on the 0 DTs as well. Oh yeah. Yeah, 41.45 sold off pretty hard there. 41.40 also has sold off a lot, and 41.35. So 0 DTE call positioning weakening pretty much all the way down to 41.10. Very little left. Forty-one thirty still has some. 41.20, most of the profits are taken. So, yeah, it doesn't look too bad. We'll see. Maybe another test to clear out the rest of the OI, but 41.50 is still just sitting there, stacked with fucking calls though. But more and more the support to put those in the money is slipping. Changes to your long-term upside thesis? Wait, fuck, I lost your question. Hold on, I'll find it. Changes to long-term prognosis for Fubo these days? No. No, I'm still targeting like $8 to $12 in well, now it's about a year and a half. It's very much in line with their expectations for profitability. Suggestions to brighten up Peabody's day. It looks like it got a little overbought, and you know, it's not overly fond of market rallies. I think this has more to do with the price of coal today than it does BTU itself. Oil's down too. Oil's having a rough day today. Position on SPX going to channel lock between 41 42 until either JPM rolls or major good bad news. No, I don't think so. I think maybe channel locked until tomorrow and then directional. There's not a ton of there's not a ton of interest left on the upside there. Especially not up to 4,200. That's way too wide. There's interest at 4150. Are they keeping Ivy so contained on Upstart? My April 40Cs have gone up a total of 6% today. on a 30% move in the underlying. Because they aren't, the market maker hedge isn't turning, right? And the market maker is not pricing up IV on the contracts you own because there's no risk of them going in the money. Are you in a better mood? Yeah. Fine mood, I guess. What's up, Grandpa John? Welcome back, man. Is this covering on Upstart or what? A little bit. I heard you criticize someone for buying Upstart weeklies. It was walk-in, so it was perfectly okay. He talked a bunch of shit on Upstart this morning, then bought weeklies at market open. BTU and Queensland's having a rail transportation bottleneck. Yes, they are. Why does this look like a market ride risk off? Very much does. I'm sorry, short squeeze price target prices? That's not a real thing. Shorts are heavy in the stock, but squeeze target prices are that's just like that's made up. There's no target for a squeeze. You have no idea how high it will go. It's like a pure volatility driven event. It squeezes until the shorts are out. There's so many, yeah, there's too many variables. Any changes to your long-term prognosis for FUBO these days? Okay, I answered that. Wasn't around today. Did you buy back your $19 cover calls on Jimmy? No, but I only have like 50 of them out still, so I could let theta decay on them or let the price go down. I don't think the price is gonna go up into the end of the week. I'm not super concerned with it. Yeah, no problem, BGZ. I closed my Fubo CC, picking up 60 realized gains. Too good. Got assigned on a lift put. Ew. Remember when Rev 35s had 0.5 delta? I do. That was some fun shit. I think back on it and realize I should have just sold more of them, but whatever. Did RC tweet something? When you say risk off, can you explain a little more? Institutions pulling back their risk in the market. Pulling back long positioning, generally. Or exposure to borrowers. NAV and uranium prices align. No, I mean, if you're talking about Sprott, it goes up as long as people keep buying, right? Because they take the, like, they issue shares, they buy uranium, and then that uranium goes to the market. FSLR, what about it? Read your DD. I was able to snag upstart around 16 bucks, but missed what this SLD might do now that it's back up to the 20s. If just trading shares, will we see anything under 18 again? Probably, yeah. And their earnings weren't that good. Like, their earnings are good enough for, like, a near-term pump and maybe some shorts closing out, but they weren't good enough to pull off the short position. Like, they're not going to break free of the shorts on them. And then, you know, the Fed raises rates again and people will come in and get bearish on it, right? How cool would it be to see a sell-off like yesterday back to 4,100? 4,100 is a lot closer than you think. FSLR has me riggedy wrecked. Really? How? It's like downtrending. Did you chase the drop yesterday and buy puts? How far out do you buy calls for SLD? I usually don't buy calls for SLD. Puts like 30, 45 days, maybe more. SLD's far too unreliable to fucking buy short date, like a lot of short dated options on. I buy some, but generally on stuff that I think will drop faster. Chat is so bad today, I know. Supplemental liquidity deposit, right, guys? Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Kenneth Wheeler. You know, it's happened like fucking 18 times since I've started streaming. It's not a question of if it exists or it's a real market mechanic, okay? It's just, it's not always realized the same way. The assumption is that it would be, right? But making assumptions makes an ass of you and me. It's also the first fucking day, and we're not even a full trading day into it. God damn, I can't. Some people are just so fucking dumb. Reckon there will be a drop to 1526 on Upstart pre-Feb OPEX? Or will we only get down there again between Feb and March OPEX? Thanks, man. A drop to... What do you mean 15/26? How could it drop to 26? Are you asking if there'll be a drop to $15.25? 15/16. Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I mean, I sold some covered calls down there. I got a new grinder. I'm a pour over guy. I know, gross, hot coffee. Yeah. Man, it makes a world of difference. I just thought you should know there are positive things in the world right now. That's awesome, man. Please close Pores chat. Many shouldn't be trading and should go back to VU and VTI. They'd be losing money on that too. Well, I have in my weekly SPX 4000 Ps printed for SLD shill. 4,000's beyond the expected drop range. But so also we saw last week. Is there a chance for a more muted SLD this week? Yes. Ooh, shit. That moved down quick. Hmm. Was that second test it? Are the bulls out? Just keep selling off. I like it. Ooh, I like that a lot. Change of topic. My 401k is split between commodities and our favorite stocks plus uranium. Basically, your picks are my 401k. Any specific recs on others to add? Thank you. Hey y'all, SLD coming. I mean, you could dig through Pickle's picks and kind of see where things are trading if you're looking for ideas and stuff. I mean, there's always, more defensive ETFs and stuff that you could target to protect your port. You probably want to target more value and less growth in a 401k. I want to be. I mean, I don't do retirement planning, but I probably wouldn't be overexposed to growth right now. Today was a gift, averaging down on my SPX calls like a boss. Nice, man. Is it better to sell into a market crash, or I'm not impressed? What? Power hour has not begun, Mr. Little Pickle. Bull market, same like pump and dump? Yeah, kind of. BTU rallied harder last earnings, which was worse, and they had debt. They did. That's right. Are your calls up? Yes. Yes, they are. I know they are. I have the same calls. Did you take any profits? You do retirement planning. You just call it your dividend port. That's just where I like stash money because I can't think of anything else to do with it. Who needs the PPI print, Walken? No one cares what it says. Well, he's asking me about his 401k, which is not really my deal. Someone needs to remind me to update that, by the way. That like old list of like from my dividend port is drastically different now. Hmm. Nope. Fuck you all, you moody sons of bitches. It's going up. I don't like it. My puts are out of the money. Whiny fucking Thanks for making me realize why they call everyone dumb money. I always thought that was just super stonk. So I'd hear you guys bitch about SLD, not only the day before it happens, but all through the first day of it as well. They lack conviction. Yeah, because they don't do their own research. They have no idea what the fuck is going on. So they're just like, hey man, I thought you were like into this thing happening. I bet on it. What's going on? Why isn't it happening? Where is it? What's... 4130 and 4120 still have some call interest. It may not have all sold off yet. It does look like 4140 might be out though. What channel is Pickles Picks? It's literally called that. It's called Pickles Picks. It's in the Dillionaires Country Club, Spaceman Jones. It's the announcements channel in the Dillionaires Country Club. You sound like you need to be reminded that it's always your fault and never ours. How could I ever forget? I'm not smug. It's just ridiculous. I mean, all we've done is retrace the price action from the last, like, hour and a half. And everyone's acting like this is it. It's happening. No. Still trading at 4130. Alright, I'll play the song for...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Did you eat today? I had breakfast. You know what? I had breakfast. I made breakfast today. I had a cheddar and onion omelet. The sausage. I woke up really early this morning. Because walking pissed me off at 5 a.m. What did Walken do? Said a bunch of stupid shit. You know, as usual. I kind of think of like the level below gamma neutral on SPX, like this big gaping fucking hole, right? And the bulls are just trying to like trade over it. And then the red comes and they panic and they buy more. But every time they're buying like a little less. You know? And eventually it's gonna slip. It's like the cloud over East Palestine. What's VIX doing? Sitting at 1820. Can you draw a bearish line on SPX? Already did. We tested it twice today. Hmm. Interesting. I have CC sold on GME for this Friday, next Friday, couple out for March 3rd. Roses are red, violets are blue. Will you manage my ZOM shares while I go take a poo? I don't think so. What oil tickers do you like for the next couple months if you were to get calls? Probably none. I've been pulling back oil exposure a little bit recently. Mostly because I want to take profits. But I like BP and I like Oxy. Those are pretty much the only two I ever buy. Bull's gonna diamond hand their calls into close? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. We'll see. Not the out of the money ones, right? But I think the 40, we don't have an update yet, but I think the 4140 sold off on that second test. What percent of your accounts do you keep in cash? My trading accounts? I don't know, like 40% in margin. SRX God algo lines are going everywhere. This is the upper resistance. And this is the current trend. Hmm. If that's a little more bearish than I'm giving it credit for. Hmm. Interesting. Spaceman Jones, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause the way
This line shouldn't even fucking be here. I'm just gonna delete it. I hate that thing.
Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke.
What if we just stabilize chop in this range and just VUP on OPEX? I'll buy calls. ES seems to be having kind of a hard time retesting 4150 here. BTC MOASsing? 6% today. Good news is the SPY bounced on a long-term resistance line I drew a while back. So getting better. The bad news is that we got to bounce off that line. What if your line's not good? there any decent, reliable, risk-averse plays on which a couple $1,000 could be thrown almost any week? Or on a week like this? Yeah, income strategies. You can use condors and fucking like short straddles and short strangles, butterflies. Double diagonals. Clearly his line is bad. It did something we didn't want, therefore not good. Well, I don't know what his line is, so. Then double bad news. Are March 23 S&P E-mini futures far enough out for looking at potential SPX direction, or would one need to look further out? Might want more theta on a futures. I don't know. It depends on how much leverage you're going to get, how close to the money you're playing. In school, a stock video on double diagonals. I mean, we're still on counting after 2 years. I don't know if we'll ever get to it. When bonds. Can you mod Karl and unmod Karl? Maybe. Look it up, Stefan. Oh, I update? I don't think much has changed. I also probably don't have one. I'll look. I might. Nope. You inspired me to practice my counting every day. Now I can almost get past 10 without even using my fingers. That's fucking awesome, nunchuck nutsack. I'm so proud of your progress. That is about a 400 SPY put for March 31st. Let's drop it like it's hot. Touches on the hips, kisses on the lips. Why are you trying to make that a thing? When school stocks video on double down versus cut. I mean that's what delineates shitty traders from good ones, right? Thanks for writing the daily DD. Your work doesn't go unnoticed, even if most of us don't read it. Still holding any cat calls? 250s. I still have some 250s. Is there a strategy where you run CCs and CSPs on the same position and keep rolling as the stock moves? Yeah? That's called a short strangle. Or a short straddle. Either one. Are you still holding your NVIDIA puts? I have a few now. I picked up a couple today. What strike? What date? I don't know. I closed my eyes and bought shit off the options chain. I don't even know if they're puts. I hope they are. I doubled down in DCA'd puts today. What kind of trader am I? Well, you're either going to be rich or broke. What's your expected hold time or stop point for SQQQ? For my shares, they stop at cost basis. Well, a little bit above cost basis to offset fees. For the calls I have, I got a couple weeks on them. Valentine's Day was awesome. Had a lot of fun. I feel bad for saying it, but I'm impressed with Jimmy's performance today. My CCs are crying, but I hope better days are ahead. It's kind of flattening out into close. We'll see what happens when the market drops. I might have 35% of my port in NVIDIA puts. That's a lot. Maybe. Or maybe not much at all. Middle class is a myth. Just tuning in today, what explains the GME movement? We know Upstart had earnings, but GME should be down with SLD. Market's not down. Why would GME be down with SLD? Market went up from open for the most part. So the additional pressure on GME has raised the price. GME still pretty illiquid. It's got kind of a problem with rising markets right now. Whatever happened with that girl who thought she was your girlfriend? Oh man, you're gonna need to be more specific. Tinder is crazy busy on Valentine's Day, actually. Calls on loneliness and despair. When service where we enter our brokerage API key, and it automatically mirrors all of your trades using a ratio according to our account value. Ew. Never. Why? So, yeah, that's like a bad fund. That's like a brokerage gets all the performance bonus. You do all the work. What kind of idiot traders are doing that? On Valentine's Day, I slept in a different room than my wife so I could watch futures all night. Option premium seems high. If it crashes, would you buy at the bottom to write CCs on? Oh, yeah. Calls on Jimmy and Upstart closing at the same price. Maybe. If the market drops into close, which it's showing some signs of possibly doing, at least maybe down to the like stronger like straddle levels, Upstart will probably fall faster than GME. GME is relatively more illiquid than Upstart is right now. Recovery was garbage. What's Fubo doing? Broker gets the performance bonus, but you get to front run all the trades. Interesting. That seems shitty. Shitty and dumb. That's only good if you're trading like micro caps. Do all the traders on there trade micro caps? So it's just sanctioned pump and dumping? Yeah, there's some covering on GME. Not a lot. Most of it was... It looks like most of the liquidity today was used to keep the price from going up. It does look like GME is going to end the day more illiquid than it started. Read a book. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it. I totally believe in these after-hour SLD moves. Wake me up tomorrow, see more red, chop through the day, then repeat. We'll see. Generally, during the SLD period, there is one larger overnight move. That's interesting. Fix up right now? 1822. I think we want to see SPX fall back below 4125. That would be pretty bearish. I guess really a breakdown of this trend would be kind of bearish on the daily, or well on the intraday. Maybe now an OI update? Maybe. But what difference does it make? Interesting. A little more call interest at 4130. Not 0 DTE though? I know it is 0 DT. Yeah, a little bit of call interest came in here at 4130. 4125 is negative now. 4120 still positive. $30 left. I guess if this fails, those could sell off. It still looks very, very neutral around on either side of 4100. So 4100 to 4120 on the and then it almost looks like 4075. I don't know. Maybe 4070. 4070 to the downside. So 4120 to 4070. Interesting. We saw VIX rise a bit over 21, then fell back very quickly to where we are. Does that feel like a precursor to a spike? I mean, today was the VIX expiration at 9 a.m., so it's moving to the next contract in front, which generally reduces like market-wide volatility. Are you still in your 3-3 Netflix puts? I bought some towards the end of day yesterday and a couple today. Well, I averaged them down today. BT's beta allow it to rise during SLD. It tends to perform well in a falling or a failing market. It's because it's a commodity, right? That positioning determines how VIX is hedged. Right now, VIX is right at delta neutral. It spends most of its time at delta neutral. It is a bit above delta neutral, I guess, instead of just on it. Gamma neutral on VIX is rising, which is generally an indication of more bullish positioning. Oh, no, Bitcoin is BTC, JC, not BTU. A lot of synthetic futures coming in on Upstart. Bullish or just trying to stop the breakout? Probably short synthetic futures. CC's on GME looking good or no? I might sell a couple before it close. Like out of the money. 23 or something like that. IV's not up a ton, so they're not super great, but you ever get the itch to get like 10 0DT XSP puts for a penny each? No. Usually I just do that, but on SPX. Why did the RC move the BTC ticker to BTU? Holding my $22 calls. Cover calls? Oh, nice. Hmm. I wonder if there's just like enough buying to offset the sell pressure. We're gonna run for Feb NOPEX today. There's also a 4210 date with settlement the 17th. Wait, what? Today's a deferral date? Trade date. Interesting. For Monday's holiday? No fucking way. So all of the extensions are before the fucking holiday? Why? Could they hypothetically push up OPEX despite? No. Yes and no. They could cash settle early. Jimmy liquidity going the wrong way for OPEX, though. Yeah, tips would indicate that. Crypto is fucking ripping. I mean, we can still run for Feb OPEX, right? Maybe it's just Credit Suisse unwinding short bags market melt up. That's really, really specific and probably way too much money. Oh, Jesus Christ. OPEX is the same time it is every month. Is Jimmy gonna slow down? It kind of already has. BTU hit 31 again, please, today? Probably not. No. Average down FSLR puts here? Or wait. Why would you average down? That's like a several month position. Do you need to average down? It's not even at risk yet. And with that much time, risk is, at least my risk is pretty loose. I hope you're all having a good day. If not, know that someone random from the internet is rooting for you. I hope that helps. Take a moment today for yourself. You too, Gherk. You too. We'll see. Thank you, Owl Enjoyment. I appreciate it. There's always another holiday. What are the chances I get a sign on 217 1950s before market open tomorrow? When I'll have buying power again to roll them. Probably pretty slim. I mean, you could. You're nearing expiration, but I did, JC. But jump back into here, there's always another holiday. So there's always another deferral. Only if settlement lands on the holiday. Those two things are not the same. You're gonna average down those Tesla puts or just keep one? Which ones? Oh, these? I don't know. I might. I got a couple weeks. We'll see what happens. Jimmy, they didn't get any liquidity. They got a little bit of covering done on IJH, but fucking XRT got tapped harder and Jimmy got more illiquid. Maybe VU got covered. I don't know. Upstart, everything got a little more liquid. Well, not bots so much, but Upstart and IWR definitely are more liquid now. I guess bots a little bit. Interesting. Yes. Failing again. Yep. Yes, tapped the trend and failed again. Oh, I think it's gonna fail harder. Is this it? Is this where we break down through the support? You can do it. VIX up? Ooh, VIX is turning up. Right back, just let it happen. You can trade some options till 4:15. Yeah. That has to do with put call parity and delta skew, Bilbo. Any upcoming market news which would affect SPY significantly? We have PPI tomorrow. VIX still climbing up. It's being sneaky. All that for SPX and flat for the day. It'll be the second day in a row that the market was just completely fucking flat, man. That's crazy. With all the trading that's going on, that's actually nuts. Yesterday it was what? Down. It sold off a little into close, but it was like up until the last minute or 2 minutes, it was at like 0. It was like gray for the day. Isn't SPY SPX divided by 10? No, not entirely. Oh, man. Buffett sold his TSMC and trimmed some China names as well. I think he agrees with my November call that China is coming for Taiwan in March. My puts would love that. Short straddles might be great for now. I'm going to buy a straddle into close, though. I'm probably here while we're trading at 41.40. Any expectations for PPI data tomorrow? I mean, it should be up. I don't know. What's the analyst's expectation on it? Uh, 0.4 to 0.2. So, I mean, it can indicate that, inflation is increasing a bit. We have jobless claims for Feb 11th too in the morning. Interesting. And then all the Fed, two Fed speakers during the day, Mester and Bullard. Well, the day's not over yet. We may not end the first day green, Dork. Close. We'll see. PPI up, inflation up, rates up, market down? Probably. Tesla puts down 40%. Cool. Thank God about Theta. Nice. $4 away from red? Yeah, it's not, we're not up a lot. Why is crypto ripping? I don't know. Could be a risk off. Could be a risk on. Oh, never Grim 2. RC sold Bobby and bag holders held at 30 instead of taking profits got butthurt. This is true. FTX lawyers need more money. Thoughts on opening a 0DT strangle on Tesla on Friday at open? One side should print that way, no? I mean, you could try it. Yeah, probably. Tesla's been pretty volatile lately. I'd imagine that. I don't know about a strangle, but a straddle probably wouldn't be bad. Hey, Gurk, I work at the stock market. There's a switch here that says SLD and it's pointing to off. Just switch it to on. Thanks. Sure, man. I think there's a system somewhere dark money pumps BTC for use as collateral on certain bets. Unsure if SPX affects this or if this affects SPX. I mean, I think collateralizing BTC now is harder than it was in like 2021. Are you expecting more ups or smash back down at the end of the week? I don't think there's like a lot of up left in this. If I'm being perfectly frank, it looks like the up is leaving. Very true about difficulty on BTC as accepted collateral has been dramatically reduced. Yeah. Do you think GME is up because some basket effect with Upstart? No, I don't think they're tied together in enough baskets for Upstart to be affecting the I don't think they're tied together in enough ETFs for Upstart to have a big effect on GME. Down 130 basis points at open tomorrow. Jesus. Maybe we could just go down 130 basis points before close tonight. Fucking stupid chat GPT with its 215 market crash prediction based on its 2021 data. I will say that it did predict the time at which a market crash is probably most likely, which is the SLD and OPEX periods leading into Feb and March. Maybe it was the AIs who made along the way. 1.3 million volume candle on SPY. Interesting. If you zoom out far enough, everything's trading sideways. Hashtag trading sideways guy. I hate that dude. Is he still around? Is he still posting that stupid shit every day? Karl got a promotion for watching Pi-Fi all day for the last 2 years. Yep. Believe it or not, through no merit of his own. They just heard he was tuning in a lot. I made a boo-boo. I lost 1.59k from my 3.8k profit of Upstart because of bad positioning, but it's okay. I realize my loss. We'll reposition to make money. Okay. Fucking A, right? I did. Is today the day the guy is today's the day guy still posting? I don't know. There's one of those in Discord chat. Now he can get blamed by the CFO for watching Gherk all day. True. Karl's gonna be the fall guy. Shh, don't tell him yet. Karl, check those books before you take the job. I don't want to have to scrape you off of the sidewalk in 5 years when you leap from your New York City penthouse. Also, never work for Ryan Cohen. Gravity ain't got shit on me. Just pack your parachute. Is that why they call them the fall guy? No, but Greg, serious question. What's like actually happening? Stuff. Don't worry, I can run Excel sheets if he dies. Oh, okay. Karl, new CFO at BBBY? I hope not. That stock's already fucked. Is SPY gonna close exactly what it dropped last night before close? $41, $45, $96. Did the daily gap just get filled? No, the gap's like back here somewhere. I think it's here. No, hold on. It's on the 5-minute. The gap's up here. 41.59 to 62. I'm just really curious if it taps that. It'll be funny as hell. Oh, it did it. It's like today never even happened. Clown show. Yeah. No, I didn't buy back or close my Fubo covered calls. $40, $41, $45, $96. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was fun. That was market went up all day, I guess, which was good for GME and Upstart and Fubo and a few of the other basket stocks. Most other things kind of ending the day pretty flat. Like outside of the basket stocks, nothing really saw a ton of improvement. Yeah, day one of SLD now over. Pretty much where it began yesterday. We'll see what happens. Going into day two, we have PPI in the morning. It's anticipated to come in hot. It may come in hotter than expected. We will find out. I think the analyst range is like 0.3, 0.4 from a prior -1. Which would be a shift in the, it would confirm a shift in the trend of inflation, possibly, and indicate future warming. It may be a bigger deal than we're assuming it is, but yeah. Ooh, call me an idiot and put it in the clip. No problem, Karl. You're an idiot. Have a fantastic evening and see you tomorrow. You too. Yeah, I think that's a good way to wrap up the day. First, though, I want to kind of comment. Upstart and Jimmy are very, very near the levels where negative gamma is going to prevent a lot of further upside movement. Now, they're both illiquid, so the market could grind them up through that market maker pressure, but it's very unlikely. GME kind of topping around like the 2250 range. Upstart similar 2250 to 25 range, but very, very hard for us to move up above that range. So if you're thinking about like rolling out CCs or trying to protect them, those might be good ranges to pay attention to. Otherwise, it probably doesn't matter much. This would be a great spot to drop in a pimento. Interesting. I don't know if I need a pimento yet. Most of the calls that were open today. Although some interest did come in today around like 41.25, 41.30 long term. Most of it was still 0 DTE driven. And the vast majority of positioning today was calls selling off as we ground up. Jimmy ending the day with less liquidity is bullish? No. I mean, not bullish in the near term, but bullish in the long term. All right, guys. Anyway, thank you so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow, and we'll see how this continues to play out. Have a great night, everybody. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that? It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulond.